Check. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the channel. Happy Sunday. Good afternoon. Welcome into the ramp here at Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta, Bali International Airport, headed up to Kai Tak, one of the most iconic approaches of all time, and I absolutely love flying it in sim. I have been wanting to do this approach in the L1011 since the L1011 was invented in like 1979. No, I'm just kidding. I wasn't around in 1979. However, I have been wanting to do the L1011 Kai Tak approach for a very, very long time. I remember attempting to do this on, was it FSX, I believe. There was a Fly Tampa Kai Tak, and I had a kind of a semi-decently modeled L1011 for the sim, and that was the last time I ever attempted it. I have not even attempted a full approach. The thumbnail, which I thought was absolutely epic, I took that basically from slew mode and let go, and then it made the turn, and I didn't attempt to land. I let it, I Alt F4 made the thumbnail, and I've had this thumbnail in my back pocket for pretty much since the airplane released. So I'm very excited for this flight. We got a semi-long haul tonight, So let me lay the lay of the land for this evening. It's going to be a fun one. We're going Bali to Kai Tak. We got 4 hours and 4 minutes of flight time, so it's probably going to be around a 5-hour stream. I'm going to take a small lunch/dinner break right after we get to cruise. Not a long one, maybe 45 minutes or so, and then we're going to watch one of my most anticipated Green Dot Aviation videos yet. He's going to be going over Eastern 401. I haven't watched it yet, but I do know about Eastern 401. I've studied Eastern 401. It's an L1011 that crashed in the Everglades of Florida. So we're going to be flying an L1011, watching the Green Dot on the L1011, and going into Kai Tak on a Sunday evening. So I couldn't be more excited for this one. This particular livery is the up-and-coming Hughes or Whiskey Throttle Cathay Pacific livery. I know there is a Cathay Pacific livery on the Any Builds manager you can buy, but there are some subtle, or not buy, excuse me, you can download for free. You can buy, or I keep saying buy, my goodness, I'm going to need that coffee to kick in. You can download the Cathay Pacific livery from the Any Builds manager, but mine might be slightly different, and that's because this one isn't quite released yet. The Whiskey Throttle slid this one in my DMs, so I think it's a pretty good looking livery on this jet as well. Sim time is 4:04 in the afternoon, or excuse me, I think it's 3:04 in the afternoon. It's 4:04 or 3:04 in the afternoon. I'm torn. I was going to go, because it's 4 o'clock in the morning right now in Bali. So I was thinking about going real time, landing at sunrise, but I don't know. I don't know. Do we want to go real time and like land at sunrise, or do we want to land at sunset into the evening? I'm not sure. You guys let me know what you think, if we could just keep it as is. But anyway, the Warm Mentre 2956. Welcome to Private Pilot, sir. Glad to have you on board. Always a pleasure. Thank you all for the support. Welcome in. And I think it's time to get this airplane fired up. Let's see. CSM's Chris. Well, not Chris. What's your name in the actual Discord? I always see you in there. We were just having a discussion in the livery chat, weren't we? Soundtrack to the stream, my only serving by L1011. Yes, indeed, man. Welcome on board. We have a giant in our midst, do we? Let's see. Let's take a look. Ooh, we do have some. Wow, look at the lineup we have today. We've got a lineup. Oh, look at that. Alitalia MD. Okay, that is fire. Let's go take a look at this MD-11 here. An Alitalia MD-11. I like this livery. This is going to be the next airplane we fly, I think. Wow, I have a 1-to-100 model of this exact aircraft right here. I have a distant relative that flew these for Alitalia, also for the 7.4, but that is sweet right there. I'm going to go take a look at the other lineup. Pete Ski, though, just dropped an absolute massive 50 gifted membership to the channel. Thank you, Pete Ski. I really appreciate it. If y'all pick up a membership from Pete Ski, make sure you shout him out and say thank you. Getting the stream off right. We got a little airflow here with the L2 door open. We'll take a look at the cabin and stuff later. We've got another Cathay Pacific. We got 2 Cathay Pacific triples, 3 Cathay Pacific triples, Mahan Air triple, and an American MD-11 down there. And we got a helicopter down there as well. That is interesting. Who's going to fly along in a helicopter? I don't think you're going to make it all the way, my friend. I think it might be a little bit hard to get all the way to Kai Tak in that thing. Steven, thank you. Gosh, I couldn't think of the name. But Pete Ski, thank you so much, man. I don't want that to go underappreciated. An absolute bomb membership to the channel. Peteski says, thanks V1, my dream stream. Well, my friend Peteski, it's going to be a dream stream indeed for all of us because, well, for you and I at least, man. Thank you so much for the support. Love the heavy lineup out here today, guys. We are on IVAO. Oh, an A340. Spicy. Did I call that a 777? We got an A340 in the mix. All right. What a heavy lineup out of Bali. I thought there was a Bali scenery. Alexander lied to me. It's only for 2020, so I couldn't get the Bali scenery because you can't download it for 2024. So I'm running default, which is unfortunate. Never been here, never done this route. And so we're actually going to fly up over Malaysia, right? And then we're going to be feet wet. It's going to be pretty cool to take a look. See, I've never flown remotely close to this part of the world up until we get to Hong Kong. So I'm kind of curious to see what the scenery is going to look like as we depart and head over the water, over Malaysia, and then down up into Kai Tak, rather. Mika, thank you for the 4 months of support. 4 months already, indeed. What's up, man? Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. 4 months in, 4 more to go. Landing at Kai Tak would be easier in a helicopter. That is true. It would be easier. Ooh, Scones88, thank you for the 11 months. Only 1 more month to 1 year membership and another 1 year badge. But thank you so much for the 11 month support of Lurking and Learning. Scones88, well, thank you so much again for the support and hope you continue to learn. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a little bit rusty on the L1011. I haven't flown it since last time we did. There's been a lot of updates to the aircraft. I can tell you the performance moving around the cockpit is fantastic. Definitely increased the performance in the recent updates. So I'm very excited to take a look at this airplane since the update. I haven't flown it since the version 1.0. So there's been a whole lot of updates since then. All right. Let's rock and roll. There's the Payware Bali in Marketplace. I didn't see it. Swim and Climb. I searched for it in Marketplace. I searched for it, and then no Balis came up in 2024 in Marketplace. So I don't know what's up with that one. But Name Dropper says the TriStar is one of my favorite airliners, absolute favorite airlines. I'm so happy to send the sim. Me too. And Name Dropper, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. The AnyBuilds L1011 is, I think, without doubt, probably their best release. I think the 340 is the second best release they've ever had. I think this L1011 release has been absolutely fantastic. It released pretty much bug-free. There was definitely some enhancements that needed to be made, but they've made them, and it's getting better and better, and now we've got special effects and everything. So I am thoroughly impressed with the AnyBuilds L1011. I'm also thoroughly biased because it's probably one of my favorite aircraft of all time. So I am super excited. Let me have a sip of coffee and let's power this bad boy up. That's the air cart you hear out there. Do we have air hoses? I hooked up the air cart, but I don't actually see any. Oh, yeah, we do have air hoses. Look at that. So that noise you hear, that's the air hoses. Look at that. That's so cool having 2 air hoses. You know you made it when you got 2 air hoses. Thrust set in the house. What's going on, my man? Good to see you. Nikki, good to see you for 47 months. Wow, where is the time gone? I feel old. Hey, you and me both. If you feel old at 47 months, you can imagine how old I feel. Thank you so much, man, for the support. Appreciate you. All right, let's power this airplane up, and I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're actually going to go to ground. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to let people get toasty in here. We're going to get our own setup. Jetway's not connected. Let's go ahead and connect the jetway. Let's do that. So jetway is coming over allegedly. All right, jetway is moving over so we don't have to wish ourselves into the aircraft. Let's power it up. Sights and sounds, rock and roll. Battery switch is coming on, and we're going to close the buses. Jeremy, yes, green dot, Eastern 401, my man. Eastern 401 tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, yes. We'll put ground service on external power as well. Chat, we have life. We have life to the aircraft. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and get everything set up from up top. I'm going to go ahead and do my reverse U. We'll get the position lights on. These get the logo lights can stay off. Emergency, standby power, both armed, lights out. That checks. No smoking can stay off. Fast and seatbelts can stay off for right now. Panel lights, we're going to need them. We'll throw them, we'll leave them off for right now. We'll wait till it gets dark. Master radio, 1 and 2, those are coming on. All right, master radio switches are on. Now that the master radios are on, we're going to go standby, standby, standby on all 3 INSs. We're going to do a CVR test. I don't know if the needle's actually modeled. Oh, it is. Look at that, chat. I think that's fixed. I don't think that worked in version 1.0. All right, that is on. Excellent. Let's hop back over to the flight engineer panel and let's run ourselves through the flight engineer panel here. We're going to come across the top engine fire extinguisher. 4, that all checks out. Wonderful. Fire detection system loop. We'll test A loop. We'll test the B loop. Excellent. I think there's supposed to be a bell with that. We'll test nacelle pylons, A and B. Wonderful. Engine turbine. Oh, we don't have an engine turbine cooling air lights. All right, that's fine. We got wheel well fire test A and B. There's the bell on both of those. Excellent. Test the brake temperatures. Might need that. Overheat, high temp. Probably going to smoke the brakes when we get into high tech. Oral warning test. Aircraft overspeed. Cabin pressure test. Unsafe landing. Unsafe takeoff. Oh, that's right. Bell only if you test them at the same time. Flaps. All right. All working. We're going to leave that in the unsafe takeoff position. That is set. Look at that. That is cool. So that's a detail that I missed. So the only time you get the bell is when you have 2 fire loops fail. So you have 2 fire loops in each engine. And when system A fails, you're going to get a light. But a fire loop can fail, and they do fail. Real world, we have fire loops that fail. You get a light. Sometimes you fly around with an airplane that has a deferred fire loop. That just means if the second fire loop fails, you will get a fire detection warning. But for redundant systems, you're supposed to have 2 fire loops. But that's cool. So A, then B, then the bell comes on, and you can use the bell cutout right there. So cool. Small little details. All right, probably going to trigger you, Moose, right? I think we leave those off for now, but I'm going to put those on auto so I don't forget. Galley power, we're going to power up bus 1 and 3 right now so we can get the coffee brewing up front and in the aft galley. The center galley is going to have to hang tight. Center tank pumps, man, they still can't fix that, huh? They should all be unlatched. You see that? We'll leave them all off for right now until we get ready to start the APU. All right, coming back over here, volts, amps, we are on, we'll put you on essential for right now, and we are on external power, so we'll put you over there. All right, and as we come back around through the panel, indicator test, pressure lights, that looks good. And APU control, we're going to fire that up in a minute. We'll leave you on norm, pick up A. This is the vibe check. Vibe checks are good. It's a good stream. We got vibe checks all the way around here. We're going to leave this on the compressor discharge, and we're going to leave this on forward cabin. That looks good. And then we'll also deal with the bleeds once we get them fired up. But that's our initial flow. Let's go ahead and we're going to save some time by importing the flight plan on this one. We're Cathay Pacific. Look at that. We've got all the juicy stuff today in this stream. So we've got the map that we normally don't fly with, but we're going to rock that for Cathay today. So first things first, though, we do have to get our position aligned. So we're going to go pause. I don't remember how to do this, but we also need to get our, let me get my flight plan out. And yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go, shoot, let's make it as accurate as possible. Let's go to charts, airport, WAD. Do they have parking stand coordinates? Yes, they do. All right, help me on this one. We are at stand, I don't remember, and it doesn't show. I'm going to guess we are at Alpha 25. I think that's what I selected, but that doesn't really jive. Oh yeah, here we go. I think we're Alpha 25. So we're going to get this correct. Now we're Southern Hemisphere, so I'm going to probably mess this up. All right. I'm going to write this down in the chat so I don't forget it. Let's see. Alpha 25 is going to be south 08 44.7 east 115 09.9. All right. So that's what we're going to start with, and let's go ahead and begin the pause, if I remember how to do this. All right, pause. We are located at south, this feels weird, 08447. 08447. 7 south. That looks like a 5. That's very tricky. Insert located east 115.09.9. Insert 115.09.9. Checks. Oh, remote is working, Dandrini? You're right. I forgot to do it in remote mode. That's fine. We'll just do it this way. We only got 2 more to go. We'll be quick. You're right. Remote mode does work, though. South 08447. Insert east 115.09.9. 115.09.9. Insert. Excellent. 1, 2, and the last one here. Remote switch would have been key on this one, though, right? South. Not with position, though. Not with position. You're right, Captain Icelander. You're absolutely right. Because you're not supposed to. 08447. 08447. Insert east 115.099. 115.099. Boom. Okay, so now we're going to go to up top. We're going to go to align, align, align. Boom, boom, boom. Alignments are aligning, and we can go ahead and go to status. 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 Excellent. How do we turn the brightness down of this screen here? So we have map import. We're going to import them soon. We're going to do that right now. So what's really cool, load sheet. Guys, check this out. Load settings. Realistic. Sim brief. All right. Load settings. Load. Is it actually going to take 27 minutes? Chat, we shouldn't sit here for 27 minutes, right? Or are we trying to go all-out hardcore mode? Let me go PFP back up a little bit. Chat, I think I might have cooked us. 27 minutes? What the hell are we going to do for 27 minutes? All right, let's go to OFP. This is us, Bali to Kai Tak, locked and loaded. We're going to send to INS. I hear the clicks. Here we go. Try the brilliance knob, he says. Nothing. All right, waypoints are loaded. Zoom out. Zoom in. I think it's waiting for position, and then it will... I don't know why I only have one black square up there. We'll see what happens. Make sure you leave time for WASM crashes. Nah, man, get out of here. What's up, V1? Just kicking it. Trying to watch you start the spurt up. I'm currently in Indoc week 2 for regional with this in the background. Dude, very awesome. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. It's a little bit loud right now. Thanks for helping me, Sanity. Big test tomorrow. Hey, well, good luck. We're all counting on you, my man. All right, now that's all loading up. Let's go ahead and we're not going to mess with the APU just yet, but what we can do is deal with our PMS. I'm going to move the speed brake lever out of the way here. So current GMT 0732, insert. Okay, let's see, gross weight. We're going to put our planned gross weight, right? So we go to load sheet. Do I go back? How do I let it keep loading like that? Planned gross weight is going to be 4275. 4275 or 427. That's good. Fuel today. We are loading. We are actively loading. That's cool. The planned fuel, 102,000 pounds. 102. We'll put 0 in there. Insert. Static air temperature outside. I guess we should listen to the ATIS. I can actually pull this up here. Bali Digital ATIS. WAD. No HEC stations for WAD. Alright. So we can check the current outside air temp. What is current outside air temp? TAT says 30. Really? 26? Yeah, 26. Thank you, AJ. 26. Insert. That looks good. All right. Moving forward. Why is our fuel going down? Why is our fuel going up? Oh, is that because we're actively loading it? Oh no, it's just hovering it. Oh no, it's going up. That's peculiar. We're going to have to mess with that after. We are refueling. Yeah, we are refueling. But I didn't think that was a live. I didn't think that was live. Alright, 3-engine cruise to bottom distance for TOD. We can't plug that in yet because it only goes to 999. Our route of flight's 1,800 miles. We can't put in the bottom altitude. We'll be at the bottom altitude 10,000 feet. We want a bottom speed of 250 knots. And we're going to have to come back to bottom distance later. We got plenty of time to figure that out. So we'll leave that right now. We're going to have to reset this. I didn't know the PMS was actually going to take the actual numbers. You could see we're currently loading right now. Total fuel 29.5. So aircraft is loading. Yeah, I think I'm with you, Moose. I don't think that is supposed to be live at all. I'm right there with you. We can go ahead and set our current altitude. We're going to go up to 10,000 initially. We'll set 10,000 initially. What runway we're going to take off here? Let's go ahead and take a look at our charts. (09) Prodigist. Alright, we'll blast off 09. That's course 087. So let's go ahead and dial that in. I really need a profile for MobiFlight for this thing. Use my 7.3 panel. Alright, 087. We'll back up this course 087 as well on my side. I thought it actually used to work. Oh, it does work. There we go. Works with my Bravo. 087. Much faster with the Bravo. Alright, oops. Alright, 087, 087, 10,000 on the altitude. That is set. Thrust and TM, we'll come to that here in a minute after we get everything loaded up. We'll go ahead and put those into norm. Taking a look at the rest of our panel. We'll get our speeds here later. We're almost aligned on that one. What are we looking at? 55, so we got a little ways to go. We'll set our pitch trim. We're on 122.8. VHF1 is up. And can I get a radio check on 22.8?
5x5.
Got you loud and clear. 5x5. Wonderful. Don't need this freak. Don't need any of that. Roll trim 0, 0. All right, we are cooking with gas now. We're going to go to INS mode after it's aligned. Departures. I don't think we're actually on a departure, are we? We are. We filed the Dobma to Alpha. So, runway 9er, RNAVs. Do we have the Dobma? No. Did it plan me on 2.7? I think it planned me on 2.7, which is going to be a problem. We're going to plan 2.7 for departure. Because this one does not support a runway 9 departure. Which is the juicier departure? This looks way juicier. Let's all depart off 2.7. Look at this. We go straight out, come back right along the island. Dude, 2.7, way more juice than 9. Yeah, the Dobma is only for 2.7. So we're definitely going to do the 2.7 departure. Plan 27 departure. Way more juice. 27. And that's going to load our fixes for that as well.
Right when I'm pushing you back. Come on, man.
Oh, yeah, this is Bali ground. Be advised, runway 09 is now inactive.
I have an EDINS canoe on that one.
What departure were you using?
All right. Let's close up this door. We're not going to unplug the GPU. Let's take a look at our load sheet and our settings. 19 minutes, chat. We're not going to wait another 19 minutes, are we? Oh, we got a Pan Am out there? This is the most wide bodies I've ever seen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 wide bodies on IVAO tonight. That's fantastic. I don't know why my jetway keeps attaching. Alright, present position has been sent. That's all been sent. Can't now my question is, how can I look at that Pan Am over there? How can I
You can, gentlemen, before you make your push and stuff, just try and
activate
push
this
everyone's way.
faster? I'll tell you what, I'll wait. Let's wait until our INSs are fully aligned. Once our INSs are fully aligned, we'll stop and then go to instant. All right? We're going to wait till the INSs are fully aligned. Meanwhile, we're going to get the APU spooled up. So,
what departure are we using again?
we're going to go APU panel, master power switch on.
Runway 27, Delta 2 Bravo departure if you want to line up with the track that we're taking north.
Door in transit lights coming on. Yeah, we'll stop it. We'll change it to instant, and then we'll load it, Chris Trooper. I didn't realize 27 months. My goodness. 27 minutes to load up. I mean, that's cool and all, but I should have started that right when we went live. Am I the only frequency 22.8? Yes. IVAO, that's the one. Yep, Prodigus 22.8. Make sure your radios are on in the airplane. I'm so confused. I'm looking at one operator. Airbus is parked with the slats out, and a different airline doesn't. Are some uses to the moon? No, they just changed. Everybody's got different SOPs, Sam, on what the temperature is. When I worked at Spirit, the temperature for slat extension changed like 4 times. So some people are super conservative with it. Some companies are super conservative, like 35C. I think we were 35, then we were 37, then we were 41. And then we had, so we were 35. We had people giving issues to the rudder travel limiter because the slats were out and they were trying to line the airplane. And then, so then we went to 41. Then that was too hot. So then they knocked it back down to 37. So I think it just depends, man. I think all the buses have the same potential for the same issue. But it's definitely not standardized. Ooh, we got another American out there. American 777 ready to rock. Well, look at the 777 lineup tonight. Who's that already pushed back? Looking juicy. The departure address. I have never departed out of here. I've never left Bali, so I'm excited for this. If you can evacuate a plane in 90 seconds, they should board in 90 seconds. Loud and clear? I agree with you. I agree with you.
Victor Cupcake. We're going to do a 180 north line and taxi down for 127.
He's going to do a north line. Yeah, we could probably start bunching people out. All right, almost done with the alignment. APU is up and running. Let's go ahead and turn the mode into norm. Let's go bleed air on. We're going to start cooling the cabin. So with the bleed air on, we're going to go ahead and get the latched. 1, 2, latch those. Latch those. Get all the packs running. I believe you can only do, can you do 3 packs? Or I think it's only 2 packs, right? I think it's only 2 packs, but I think we'll be fine. Alright, lights out. That looks good. Galley 2 is off. I'm not going to mess with this because we're still during alignment. Let's think about our situation here. So what we're going to do is we're going to immediately close this. Well, actually, we'll close this, and then we'll close this. And then we'll be able to disconnect from the external power without disrupting our SIVA INSs. I should have pumped those 2 fuel tank pumps on while I waited. You can see here the aircraft is still actively taking fuel. Swim and climb? Awesome, man. Who's it by? Swim and climb. Almost fully aligned. Almost fully aligned. 1-8 on either side. Once we're aligned, we will... I mean, we only got 14 minutes. Half of me is like, we can't cheat the stream. Are we cheating the stream? Prodigy says, I think my Aveo is cooked. Radio doesn't work both ways. Make sure you have the proper mic selected in microphone settings. Do you see us on the ramp? Do you see everybody on the ramp, Prodigist? I loaded up a Phoenix 320 Hong Kong Express just for show. All right. Oh, yeah, anti-micro. AJ runs anti-micro. I don't run any of that stuff. I run just the regular control button. That's why sometimes on Aveo I accidentally rebind my views. So, Prodigist, if you can see everyone, then everything's working right. It's going to be either a microphone setting with your default settings or maybe your input device or output device. Because if you're seeing everybody, you're properly connected. There we go. Now the 777 pushing. Excellent. I do like being one of the first to land. That way we can watch everybody come in and screw up that final turn. What a ramp lineup on Aveo tonight, though. This is... My goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's take a look at this Pan Am MDL. Oh, this is a DC-10. Oh, and there's another cargo over there, too. 13. Pan Am DC-10. Hit the like button if you're excited for the Aerodynamics DC-10 to come out. I'm getting more and more excited, even though I keep telling myself to stop being excited for freeware. That's an epic lineup. The only thing we're missing is 747 Classics, you know what I'm saying? But do hit that like button for heavy wide-body flying in a Kai-Tak. We should be aligned. 07. We are. All right, alignment is complete. So, we don't have the ready light, though. Why don't we have the ready light? Oh, it's not. It's 07. We're going to go all the way down, even further. Flix is in the Felis? Okay, cool. Good deal, AJ. There was a 742 on the east end. Oh, yeah, you're right. I can see the tail. It's northwest, 742. Epicness. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Cathay Pacific Flight 357 up to Hong Kong Kai-Tak. Flight time this evening is going to be 4 hours and 4 minutes once we're airborne. That's wheels up to wheels
Radio
down.
check for track 69.
Do apologize, had a hot mic there. We got career track 69 on frequency. He's going to be flying up there with us as well. Weather on Kai-Tak is beautiful. It's going to be a very cinematic approach. We got some broken overcast skies. We got temperature hovering right around 20 degrees. And the sun will be setting right at the time of our arrival. So if you have a camera on the right-hand side of the aircraft, make sure you have your window shades open because it's going to be one heck of a view. Thank you for flying Cathay Pacific. Welcome aboard. 02. She's ready.
Ollie from the Cathay 2095. Heavy 834. Pushing back straight.
Is it 02 or 01? I think it's 01, 02, right?
Cathay 346, radio check.
Loud and clear.
Fine.
Everybody tuning in. I think it's 02, right? Well, now we're only down to 10 minutes. Shoot, at this rate, we might as well just wait. All right, let's go ahead and align. We got ready lights on all three. Align nav. Align nav. Align nav. Alright, so now we need to go. Track change 0, 1. Insert. Boom.
5 by 5.
Look at that. We are aligned here. We gotta find ourselves. Is there a way to center up on the airplane? There we are. Look at that. This is cool. I don't really use this map display unit, but I gotta say, when we're feeling fancy, so there's the first 10 waypoints. Or first 9 waypoints, rather. When we're feeling fancy, I like it. So we're probably going to be heading on departure because this looks a little bit suspect. We're probably not going to fly the RNAV departure out of here. But what do? We do have Mamad, Ikmad, Bodud, Tapud. Allegedly, we have those. Let me take a look at our charts. That doesn't seem to jive. Oh, you know what? What departure is loaded in the box? Mamad, Ikmad, Bodud. It loaded the 9 departure. Alright, we're going to do our own thing. We told everybody 2-7, so we're going to plan 2-7. We're going to heading mode fly it. So we're going to fly out runway heading 270. Or wait, are we planning 9 or 2-7? Never mind. What runway are y'all departing? 9 or 2-7?
27.
Alright, 2-7.
For tracks going up 2-7.
Alright, 2-7. So let's spin the heading bug around here. $270. INS one port SID star unless you check the box. Oh, really? That's new. Is that in the settings? I mean, that's alright. I'm not going to worry about it now, but that's cool. Alright. Gosh, we're so close to being fully loaded. $727.
Traffic company 784 heavy taking off runway 27 via.
Well, we could plane spot for 7 minutes. Come on, 7 minutes is nothing. We've waited 20 minutes. This is going to be the most realistic stream ever. Might as well wait. We got 6 minutes. Stand up, hit the lav, get ready for departure. It only builds the anticipation. We'll watch this guy blast off. If you have extra fuel on board your aircraft and you want me to land first so I can watch your landings, do like a departure hold somewhere out there on one of those fixes. Here goes our first 777. It's on the way. It's not exactly AAA scenery, better than default. I find this part of the world a lot more than most flights. You got family time. Swim and climb. Awesome, man. All right, I will check it out, dude. I will check it out. Because I was looking for scenery, but I didn't, I didn't find anything, but maybe I didn't look that hard. I did see that there was the Aerosoft one for 2020. Oh, look, there he goes. Rotate. Pretty short flight for a triple. He's up and out of here. Look at that. I love seeing this tail and that tail. That is straight up iconic. That's awesome. Tutko, with you, a few for Annuel, waiting on the fam for Chipotle. Awesome, Tutko, welcome on board, man. We decided to wait 27 minutes for loading because we're savages somehow. All right, let's go ahead and make the APU the primary source of power. So, galley power is off. Auxiliary power unit close, or latch, I should say. Latch. That's off. Verify. If I go to APU, we got volts and amps. Hold your breath. Hey, she's loaded. Excellent. All right, we're latched up. We're going to go ahead and get our fuel tank pumps on. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks good. We'll leave that on tank. And we're going to leave the bleed system as is before start. And I actually don't really remember how to run the bleeds for engine start. Let me refresh my memory. We're going to cross bleed off. We're going to go pack to 2, and then we should technically...
airborne passing 3,000.
We should cross-bleed, right? That's what they normally do? At least that's what that Canadian L1011 company did all the time. Alright, 4 minutes. Let's go ahead and start closing up. We'll close up cargo aft. We'll disconnect the GPU. Chocks and maintenance. Let's go ahead and pull chocks. Chocks are removed. So all we're waiting for is takeoff perf in 4 minutes. We'll be ready for push and start in 4 minutes. Cabin lighting.
Hi, traffic, Cathay 542 Heavy, departing 27.
We'll get these lights on. So as it gets dark, we will have... Where is the light for... There it is. Alright. We got another one departing. 777 inbound. Don't forget... Yeah, I'm going to reprogram the PMS. As soon as we're done loading, I'm going to reset the weights. I'll verify all our weights. Absolutely. Did Cathay fly the TriStar in real life? Yes, it did, Jeremy. Yes, they did. I don't know if they flew the 500. But I know they flew the TriStar. For sure. That guy's a little bit heavier. That's a 300. Is he going to make it? That's a delayed rotation there. That was pretty sweet. That was a really cool looking departure sequence there. That looked pretty realistic, pretty smooth on behalf of Iveo. Oh, JBS. No, I'm not flying real time. I fast forwarded time, so it'll be getting dark in flight.
Valley traffic, Cathay Pacific 2095, lining up 27.
Ooh, A340. I tell you what.
You know it.
Let's do this, and then it'll be time to go. We never get departure, cinematic departure shots. Let's go ahead and we'll plane spot cinematically here for this 340. AJ Funari, thank you for the $3 super chat. Captain burning a last smoke out the window. That would be great, AJ, except the windows don't open on the L1011. You'd be smoking up the cockpit there like Mickey G. T-Tut, I'll take some Chipotle too. What are you getting, T-Tut? The bowl? Burrito bowl's the way to go, man. I haven't had Chipotle in a very long time. Captain Panama's in the house. What's up? Resurrecting after a long red-eye. Oof. Flight from Sao Paulo to Panama. Oh, yeah, dude. Red-eyes are not my thing. Not my thing, man. Get some rest. Jeremy Harvey, what's up? Says I've flown Cathay in real life, and they were an excellent airline. They hired a lot of foreign pilots for some reason. Yeah, Jeremy, so I knew a good family friend of mine. He was a Cathay 7-4 captain, training, like head of the training department. Then he became head of, well, he was like the lead training captain on the 7-4, 777, or it was 777, then 7-4, and then became like one of the major department heads at Cathay. Big time, big wig guy. I'm actually not sure. I think he's retired now. But I had a family. He was his son. We went to elementary school together. He used to fly for Continental. He gave me a Continental 727 Meatball 1-100 model. What's going on, Zippy? Why are we slewing on takeoff roll here? Can't smoke up the cockpit. Plane has a bunch of pressurization leaks. True story, man. True story, Mickey G. I wish I had better sound for these guys. Yeah, I have no third-party audio for that one. That's interesting. I wonder why. Rotate. Oh, boy. He's up. All right. We should be done. We are 35 seconds away from push and start. Pilot unknown. This is IVAO. Yeah, Jeremy, some of the highest in the highest in the world.
Cathay 346 Heavy pushing back.
All right, let's count it down together. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I can't believe we waited 27 minutes for that. I love flight sim. Okay, so actual weights we have total fuel 102.0. Gross weight is 4275. I'll have to check with any builds on that. I think that's not supposed to be live counting up, or maybe it does. I don't know. I actually don't know how that would work. I didn't think it was, but doesn't matter. This is calling for a 6.4 EPR. That's going to be interesting if that's right. Pressure altitude 14.14. That all looks good. 427, 102. What are our weights on the panel back here? We've got 102. Excellent. That all looks good. All right. PMS is set. Everything else is set. Beacon light is coming on. Anti-collision light is coming on. No smoking. Seatbelt signs are coming on. We are all closed up. Takeoff performance. Sync. Calculate. We're doing a flaps. Let's go 14 on this one. Flaps 14. Set bugs and EPR. 643 takeoff. Initial climb 496. That's going to be a heck of a reduction. Really? That'll be a hell of a reduction. Hopefully we do that from wing view. That's off of flaps 10. I'm going to recalculate. Flaps 14. All right. Set bugs and EPR. Stab trim 3.33. Lucky 3s. Let's set it. Stab trim is set 3.33. Those bugs are set 26, 496. We're going to leave that up right there. Okay. We are ready to rock and roll. Poly traffic, Cathay 357 heavy, pushing back off Alpha 25. We need a track change. This one, 01. Insert. And track change 01. Insert. How is the pushback work on this? Or is there no pushback on this? Let's try it. Left Alt P. Pushback truck is moving. Cockpit to ground. Release brakes. Brakes released. Clear to push, pull, tug, do all the things you want to do. Oh, it was top left corner of that page? Oh yeah, right here. We'll see what this guy does. Nox Gorlami. Oh wow, look, it's much better now. Love the content, man. I don't know if you know about this vid, but I posted a link in real life. Spirit Wings, Baltimore, Cancun. Sounds like you on the PA, about 99% sure? No. Do you have a date? I can look it up and tell you for sure. I'll take a look at the video, though. Thank you for the $5 super chat, man. Baltimore, Cancun. I did run Baltimore, Cancun a couple times because that's a long flight. We used to do those. We'd fly Dallas to Baltimore on day 1, which was nice. And then day 2, Baltimore, Cancun turn.
Polytronic, Altalia 1774 heavy, pushing back, Alpha 32.
Let me see. Did you guys see those Hornets crash?
Just finishing up the board process here. Sorry about the delay this morning. A little bit of, I guess there were some issues with some border patrol issues, I guess.
Oh my gosh. That's me, dude. I know that flight. I know exactly what I'm talking about with the border patrol issues. Oh my gosh, that is my flight, dude. I know. I remember that day. Dude.
Poly
Okay.
traffic, Cathay 287,
Hold on.
taxi right
Let's stop the push. That is me, Chris PT6. We're going to watch that. Hold on. Let's go ahead and get airborne. Cockpit to ground, set brakes. Brakes set. We got to start up. That is me. That 100% is me. Did we grease the landing? Is there a landing in there? I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you all about it. If you guys if you all hit the like button right now, I'll tell you exactly the long pause with the border patrol issues. I was trying to think of how not to lie, but still tell the truth, because the truth was not what anybody would want to hear. My goodness, that is hilarious, dude. That was, I can't believe you found that video of me. Dude, I'm so happy you sent that to me, man. That's awesome. Thanks, dude. All right, let's start these engines. My goodness. My goodness me. All right. We're going to turn packs, cross bleeds off. We're going to go max this one out. All right, there we go. So those are unlatched. We're good on 2. Start engine 2. How do we start engines? I forget. I'm all out of sorts now, guys. Let's get the window heat on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Windshield heat. Those are coming on. Air data's all latched. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're ready to start. Hold on. I hear my phone is still playing over there. All right. Where's the start switches, guys? I'm drawing a blank. Engine start. There we go. Jeez.
Bali traffic, Indonesia 954 heavy taxi runway 27. Bali.
Ignition A. Guys, I forgot how to start engines on the L1011. Start A. I know I gotta wait for the ground start release. Our pack is it not set? I need to select number 2 though. There we go, number 2. Jeez. Why is it spooling back down? There we go. My gosh, I can't believe I forgot how to start engines on the freaking L1011. You got me all out of sorts, dude. You got me all out of sorts. 25% fuel on. Look at the smoke! We got smoky engine starts! Sound up. Alright, this is going to be an epic stream. Mr. Anderson himself, thanks for $2 super chat. Epic V1 cabin announcement, blast from the past. Dude, that's what, 3 years ago? Gotta be 3 years ago. Are we stable on 2? Stable on 2. Let's go 3, 1, 2, right? Starter valve open. I thought it was supposed to turn green. Oh, it won't turn green because we don't have packs. Reset. Gen 2, we should have power. We do. Okay, so cross bleed.
Bali traffic, Indonesia 954 heavy departing runway 27, Bali.
Isolation valve closed on 2, I believe, right? I don't know why the pressure goes way up. Engine isolation valve off. There we go. 20 psi. Starting 1. What happened there? Listen to... Sorry guys, I forgot how to start my engines.
Need to go back to ATP.
Gonna need a career track livery on this bird, that's for sure. Max motoring, fuel on. Let's hurry it up, hurry it up. Stabilized. Start lights out. Number 3, here we go. Reconfigure the bleed, Chief. Alright, 3, off, off. Unlatch that isolation valve. Alright, good we go. Turning 3.
Bali traffic, Cathay 287 line up loading, runway 27.
Hello V1, have you been holding up this month? I'm getting ready to be honorably discharged from the Army. Not looking forward to keeping my U-Haul full from New York, Tennessee. Nice, man. Well, congratulations and thank you for your service, man. Appreciate you. look at the light off smoke. So cool, man. Oh, that's my, we got a special view there for green dot. That's kind of a cool shot as we spool up. She's still smoking out there. IT's coming down. N1's still coming up. Let's go, baby. All right, we got 3 good starts. All right, 3 good starts. We're going to reconfigure the bleeds. Latch, latch, latch. Those are coming on. 1, 2, 3. We're going to go APU bleed air off. All right, APU bleed air is off. We'll go to min mode on that. Fuel tank pumps are on. We're going to latch the generators. 1, 2, 3. That looks good. I'm going to leave you on Gen 1. We're going to leave you at G1. Batteries on. Hydraulics are set. Bleed is set. Let's get the galley power on that. I think we're all set. Let's go ahead and stop the APU. Don't load. She's going to spool down. APU's coming down. We're doing a flaps 14.
Flaps 10. Flaps 14.
Flight controls. I can't believe someone found a video of me, and it was that flight.
Volley traffic, Cathay 287, heavy tech, taking off from
That's too funny. All right, how do I hide that? There we go. Second chart, that's hidden. All right, cool. We got flaps 14 set. Green light, stab trim is set. We're ready to go. Volley traffic, Cathay 357, taxi runway 27. Park brakes released. Taxi light. Finally. Let's go. Airbus flaps are mid in that video.
Cathay 346, heavy taxiing runway.
Don't watch it yet. I'm going to watch it live once we get airborne. We're going to watch the whole thing. How long is the video? I floated a little? Dude, I greased it. Come on, man. Was it a grease? Oh, look, we got another air car. Who's that?
Volley traffic, 2014 will be pushed back when your budget comes.
All right, before I forget and we go off the end of the runway here, let's go course line. We're going to leave it in radio because... I'm going to turn the sounds down a second. We're going to leave it in radio because we're just going to hand fly our heading departure. We'll fly it around cinematically, and then we'll resync our INS. We'll go direct to one of the fixes on the INS. So that's our departure briefing. Auto throttle, IAS, we're going to select 250 K knots here. $250K knots. We're going to do flight director off takeoff.
Point out, gentlemen, that's 14 heavy and one guy called Vodka in a Learjet.
There's a Learjet going to Kitech. Can a Learjet make it?
Traffic, all Toga 1774 heavy taxiing runway 27 behind.
Look at that heavy 7.4. Ryan, what's up, man? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Just got home from work, just in time for some heavy metal action. Are you still thinking of providing interview tip service? Yes, getting started with my career, and know I have a lot of good knowledge. Shh, Ryan, Jance, don't spoil all the beans, my man. Excellent. Yes, dude. Thank you so much for the $10 bank angle check, my man.
Traffic, that is C12.
Yeah, I'd love to pursue that idea as well. But thank you so much for the $10 super chat, man. I appreciate you. Look, we got American DC-10, Northwest Cargo. I have a 1 to 200 all metal Northwest Cargo livery.
Traffic, Cathay 123 heavy pushing Alpha 19.
We got a 340, a triple. We got the MD back there, another MD. Dude, this is the most people we've ever had on the little group flight sesh. Thank you all for tuning in. It's awesome. We got Air China 981, Kennedy ground. Okay, clear to ramp. No, you are not clear to the ramp. Okay, clear to ramp. Air China 981. Hit the like button if you know what video I'm talking about. A lot of triples today. A lot of triples today. Interview tip number 1, wear jeans to your interview. Interview tip number 2, don't listen to Turk's interview tips. That's pretty solid, man. Pretty solid. What's up, man? Good to see you. Do we know if PMDs are making the 200? Or, yeah, swim and climb, I believe they're making all of them. Or they're 100 and then the 400. We don't know officially what's coming first, but I'm hoping it's the 100. Can we fit over here? I think we can. Look at the flap. So the flaps on this, a little extra grime. That's courtesy of Whiskey Throttle texturing. That looks so good. That really looks good. Remember, this livery is not technically out yet. Make sure to support Whiskey Throttle, though. He's pushing some really... He just pushed the, with the Hughes team, the ATA Duo Pack. Epic. Yeah, Officer Perez, you know what I'm talking about. It was a question. Air China 981. Have you been cleared to your ramp? Okay, clear the ramp. Never gets old, man. My brake pedal is getting loose, so I'm getting concerned. Dynasty's in the chat. What's up, buddy?
You go ahead, I'll push behind you.
Alright, I just didn't know. Thank you.
Alright, we're ready to rock and roll. Look at this beautiful lineup. I'm going to take a screenshot. Bali traffic, Cathay 357 Heavy going to be departing runway 27, right down with departure. Bali. Look at that lineup. Absolutely beautiful. Look at Flicks pushing into the MD-11. Go figure. What a freaking menace to society. Alright, here we go. Light them up. We don't need the wheel well lights. We don't need that on. We need that on. Alright, everything looks good. We've called them. Alright, trims are set. Flaps are set. EPR is going to be 1.64. I'll try to remember to do 0.49 for the redux from the window view. We're going to fly heading 270. We're going to be on initial climb out to 10,000 feet. We will go to climb power only when reaching flaps 4. So we're going to maintain climb thrust until flaps 4. Strobes are off. Are they off? Thank you. Strobes are off. Tyson, what's going on, man? Welcome in, dude. Been a long time. How you been, buddy? Been doing some V-Spirit ops all day? Yeah, I need to do some V-Spirit. Let's say goodbye. Oh, man, we undercut that turn like a freaking 737 pilot. Nobody's business. We got to try to salvage this here. We might be taxiing all the way to Kai-Tak. I forgot how far back that nose wheel was. Goodness, we just gave up.
Bali traffic, Cathay 123 Heavy, taxi runway 27, Bali.
200 feet of runway, 300 feet of runway. All right, chat. This is going to be a big one. Yoga's in chat for everybody. Sounds are coming all the way up. I'll talk to you once we get the sound back to reduced. Sounds are up. Yoga's in chat. Spool them up 40. We're going to have 1.64 EPR. Dang near full available thrust. Rocking and rolling. Here we go. Golly. 1.66 sounds even better. Bring it back just a hair.
80 knots.
All right, power set close enough.
This is too realistic, but I'm going to surpass the traffic.
V1. Rotate.
That was the idea.
Positive rate. Gear up.
Traffic,
Fly with.
46 Heavy, lining up and waiting, 27.
That is so sick. There's 1,000. Nose is coming down 10 degrees. Let's make a right turn, heading 360.
Yeah, apologies, cutting the line there.
Flaps 10.
That's northwest.
200 knots, flaps 4. Actually, I think it's more than that. It's 220, right?
Poly traffic, Cathay 346 Heavy, departing runway 27.
Close enough. Flaps 4.
Flaps 4.
Climb thrust.
Poly traffic for track 69 Heavy, lining up runway.
Looking 496. Keep coming around. Let's make it 070. 1.496. That is a low climb thrust. Are we sure that's right? All right, flaps up.
Flaps 0.
I love the slats going in. The slats are so good on this thing. Keep it coming around. 070 be a down one. We're looking for 250k knots. Bali traffic, Cathay 357 Heavy out of 4,000 feet. Want a right downwind departure. Last call, Bali. See you boys at contact. All right, there's 250. Begin pitching up. Oh, look, we can see that other guy blasting off. All right, let's go ahead and get the airplane configured so we can look at some of the scenery here. I'm going to get my trim back down. 250, and I'm going to try to do a... a little bit of turbulence. All right, so let's go. Flight director heading. IAS. Command A. No, I want it. No, what do I want?
Poly traffic, Cathay 123 Heavy, lining up runway 27.
I forget my autopilot modes here. Hold on. Let me disconnect my yoke too. I want 250 knots. Let's reset. Oh, we never set, we did that. Let's keep this going. On 4,000. Why doesn't ship here to be... I'm going to disconnect you. I'm having autopilot issues. Yet again, don't sink. IAS mode is terrible, so we're not going to do that again.
Poly traffic, Cathay 123 Heavy, rolling runway 27 following.
Poly traffic for track 69 2,200 climbing final call.
Okay. We're speeding a little bit. Sound's coming down. That's because of my, again, it's because of the Bruner.
1774 Heavy, lining up runway 27.
It's all because of the Bruner. All right, vertical speed mode. She's climbing up there. Yeah, I'm going to keep the auto throttle off. I'm going to be my own auto throttle. It just I thought maybe this airplane played nice with the Brunner now, but it doesn't appear to be playing nice with the Brunner still. That's all right. We fixed it. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and go INS mode, and let's find out where we are. Let's go here. So much for finding our stuff. Let's go track change 03, insert, direct to, and we're going into INS nav. She's turning. She's really turning. Oh, look, that's a volcano out there. That's what y'all were talking about. Alright, just gotta remember my yoke is disconnected, so. Tyson, you can let me know, man. I didn't watch it. I wasn't really, not like I'm not a fan of who was in it. There was nobody leading that I was super interested in, so. How did it end up, man? Alright, there's 10K. Let's go ahead and keep climbing. We're going up to initial altitude 340.
Passing 4,000, part of the airspace left call, Molly Seal.
I do apologize for the chat here. It's stereo cockpit. We gotta get all the way up here, get everything set up. Alright, 340 is set at a 10,000. These are all coming in. Those are coming in. Logo can stay off. Wing flood. Wheel wells off. That all looks good. Out of 10,000, look at the volcanoes down there, man. Heck yeah. Carson, you're hitting 500 total time next week? Heck yeah, man. Just saw Top Gun Maverick for the first time, and it was an IMAX so good. Oh, dude, that sounds awesome, TVR. Welcome on board, man. Look at that. I have never been over here in this part of the world. And now let's go ahead and keep moving you up here. 1.6. What is it? It says we can go to climb. Let's go to climb. Climb perf. We can go all the way up to 0.54. Why are we slowing way down, though? Let's go ahead and put the vertical speed back down here. Too slow. We'll get a shaker here pretty soon. Gotta fly it, baby. Gotta fly it. Okay, that is cool. Oh, look at that guy right above us. Sorry, I don't really have TCAS. Oh, we're taking a screenshot of that. Screenshot. Look at that. I've been to Bali, but it's been over 20 years. Need to make another trip soon. Dynasty. I need to go, man. It's on my bucket list. That is awesome. Speed is coming back in here. Let's roll this down about 700 feet per minute. I need to get up to about 310 knots here for the climb out. I'm going to set the wing view like so we'll see it come in here. Now that is awesome. Let's go full screen cam. Well, I killed the theme. Whoever suggested Bali, congratulations. This was awesome. Rough landing. This was Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta, Bali. My goodness, man. I'm trying to get a real
out of 2,700 calling
this right here, right here. Screenshot. This right now in blue hour has got to be nuts in real life because it's sunrise right now. That is awesome. Look at how the green is faded on this livery. That is so cool. You can really see the green fade on the line there. That is one heck of a departure. Tyson, yes, Green Dot did. It was a...
Ollie traffic 76767
oh gosh, there's
plotting
flicks.
runway 37.
It was a British Airways, Speedbird. Yeah, Speedbird, man. Get my speed bug up there, around 320-ish indicated for now. So, are you guys able to use IIS hold on this thing? I thought I used to be able to hold IIS mode, but she doesn't seem to love it work very well for me. We can go up to 0.53, which we're at 5.3. We're a little hot on 2 and 3. It can bring those down just a hair. Aim at 4,000 feet per minute here. Frederico says IIS mode is terrible. Alright, well, listen, I've watched a lot of L1011 YouTube stuff, and a lot of the guys, a lot of the videos, they're climbing in vertical speed, they're doing their own throttle management. So I do understand why it would be terrible, because the way the autopilot modes are, if it gets out of sync and it can't adjust quick enough, it'll start an oscillation. Now, I don't know. I mean, the airplane was the first to be certified to auto land, so I'm sure it can do it within limits. But again, I've seen a lot of the videos where the guys are keeping it in IIS modes. L1011 is a league above FSS 727. Michael J, I'm gonna agree with you, with the asterisk that I haven't flown the FlyJ Sim, or excuse me, the FSS 727 in a long time. I need to take that thing up again for another spin, because it has been significantly updated. There's transition. We'll set standard 290902 across the board. That is set 290902. We're still increasing speed. The L10 had auto? Yes, it did, man. Zippy, first wide body. Zippy, the first important airplane to ever auto land was the Lockheed L1011. Wishing he built to the 220 from the beginning would have been released by now. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that things. Well, I say shame. It has taken a very long time. The Trident 1 Charlie was the first to land, auto land. Yeah, but nobody cares about the Trident, Officer Perez. Don't tell Dougal McTavish that. Just kidding. Lockheed L1011 Max when? Well, you know what? If Rolls-Royce didn't screw up the L1011 TriStar, you'd probably see more. You'd probably still see him flying freight. You'd probably still see him flying freight. Alright, 55, 53, 585 max. So we could, let's give it a little bit more juice. Let's split the difference. Let's go for a 5.6 EPR here. That'll really get us some juice going. We are heavy, but we're not, I mean, we were pretty heavy on takeoff. What was our gross? I'll look it up. 5.65, 5.63. Excellent. It's close enough. 5.6 EPR out of 19.7, climbing to 340. How are we doing on waypoints? We're waypoints 3 to 4. And I should have reset that PMS too, huh? So I could have 2 different pages. The gross weight is active, so 422 right now. Cool. Oh, fuel tank management. Let's go ahead and take a look at our fuel. This is incorrect. I wonder why that's 994. I never set gross weight correctly up here. That's not good. Our fuel is correct though, but we need to start burning. Crossfeed's open, crossfeed here. Pumps off, pumps off. We're going to start burning from the centers now. We should have done that out of like 7,000 feet. So we should hold 16.1, 16.3. Right click and it will set it. Let's see. You mean left click? Okay, very cool. Thank you, man. Oh, they fixed that because that used to do the kilo import, right? Very cool. They fixed that bug. But 416.8 according to that. What did our PMS say? 422 according to that. We've got a little discrepancy with our weights. What do we have? I tell you what, we can do landing perf. We could sync. Right now we're 422.1. That's our current gross weight. So if we go over here, can't we change that? Let's change that. Let's call it 420. 421.9 sync. 422.1. 422 even. Cool. At least we're synced up now. Alright, there comes waypoint 3 to 4. There's the alert light. We're blinking. So we have distance and time. We can put no winds right now. Track ground speed on this one. So we've got 359. Doing 440 over the ground. And we'll just leave you and distance time as a backup. That looks fine. Alright. Wait you there. We're managing it. We are managing, chat. Sounds on the 727 are mid. I agree. The FSS 727 sounds were a letdown for me. There were some sounds that sounded good, but there were some that were just off. Andre, that was Bali. Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta. I gotta find that. So how do I find that video again that I just watched? Alright, trip report. I wonder if I'm gonna get a copyright strike though. I really want to watch that video. Did I see the FS Reborn Phenom? I did. I was kind of hoping to get a little sneak peek, really, copy of that thing. I watched like the first 3 or 4 videos that came up pre-release. I was listening to Two-Tone Murphy. He was flying it today. I was listening to it in the truck when I was driving to the HQ here. Okay, guys, is this an Any Builds update or is this part of Whiskey Throttle just cooking with the slats here? Look at the slat detail. The rivets in the slats look different to me. And it could just be an update or just I'm not used to it. But that, I mean, dang, that looks pretty. You can even see that that's not a Phillips screwdriver. It's the Torx screw or whatever, right? You can actually see the detail. That is pretty dang cool, man. I'm kind of vibing on this view here for a minute until we get out, until we're feet wet. So here's the plan. I am pretty hungry, so I'm going to try to get us up to cruise altitude. We've got a long green dot. It's going to be fantastic. Eastern 401. It's about a 35-minute video, so it'll take us probably a full hour to break down. We need a solid hour for descent all the way in, so I figure that's 2 hours. And I'm pretty much with you for the first hour here getting airborne. So I won't put a timer up on it, but I'm just going to, I'd say probably, 45 minutes or so because I haven't had breakfast or lunch. Or, excuse me, lunch or dinner. I'm going to do that, get fueled up for our epic cruise up to Hong Kong because we're going to need that. You know what? I just love how wide the L10 wings are. They're so beastly. Look at that thing in the turn, man. That is a beast. I've spoken with a person that did maintenance in 1011. Apparently the non-standard screws were a pain to deal with. Needed specialized screwdrivers and whatnot. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yes, yes. I hope Gemini comes out with a 1-to-100. Oh, Bill's Mafia, I'd love it, dude. I have a 1-to-200 ATA, the same one that I flew on, the same one Whiskey did a livery on. It's so cool, dude. I'm gonna bring that to the HQ here soon. I have a lot of. Say a lot. I don't have a lot. You guys have a lot of crazy models. I've seen your collections, but I have a good deal of models, and I gotta tell you, my L1011 is still my favorite model that I have. I don't know why. It's like, I love my 7.4 models. I love my Airbus models. But there's something about the L1011 for me personally. I think a lot has to do with the nostalgia of my first wide-body experience, but just the uniqueness of the S-duct. You know, the uniqueness of the S-duct, I just think it is such a cool design. And it's one of my favorite models that I have of all time. I will say, though, I did get a 1-to-100 Gemini American Bare Metal. Bills, it is sick, dude. Did you get one, Bills Mafia? I know you posted about it, but I tried to keep it hush-hush. I wanted to make sure I got mine before all you guys started ordering yours. But the 1-to-100 Gemini is fantastic as well. Rough Landing says, I remember when Americans started doing maintenance on the Airbuses, we all had to hit up the snappy dude because nobody had torque tips. That's funny, man. Yeah, the torque tips. Al Loper says, so search trip report, Spirit Airlines, Baltimore, Cancun. What was the deal with the customs and the PA announcement? We'll talk about it, Al. I'll tell you what, we'll talk about the trip report. Let me get to cruise, because I want to watch the whole video. I want to watch the whole video. Let me see, I'm pulling it up right now real quick on my... You guys have control. Look at that view. Turn my sim down a little bit. I want to see... PA Aviation. That's so funny. I guess if I watch... Well, I would love to watch the whole video with you guys. Maybe I should send him a DM. Because I don't want to take his content and play it, but it would be so cool to play it together, right? Does he talk in it at all? I'm watching him boarding. We'll see if I can see myself. Oh no, he's looking at the jet. 320 Neo. Does anybody know this guy, PA Aviation? I'm gonna comment right now. What was his consensus? Was he like, Spirit sucks? This is old. 3 years ago. V1, will you be reviewing the upcoming Cyber Tours? Of course, I would love to check it out, Dylan. I'm all about force feedback, my man. I don't know. I really want to get the floor-mounted yoke from Wind Control. But I'm sure there'll be more to discuss about that when it comes to FS Expo. Which, chat, if you are wondering, I do have the days off. I'm literally working on my logistics right now about getting out there. So there's just a lot of logistics I got to find. First, I have to decide if Miss V1 is coming or not. If she is coming, are we going to do what do we do for child care, dog care, chicken care, goats and bunnies and horses? No, we don't have any of that stuff, but there's just a whole lot of logistics. Or am I just going by myself? We'll see. I got to get tickets still. Are there tickets for FS Expo? What's up, Evan? I got that guy. My man, that was a solid 9-second pause to come up with the fake truth. The job was up after 4 seconds. Does he have a date on this flight? Date April 7th, 2023. Hold on. Let me, how are we doing? You guys have the aircraft. You have control. We're coming for 29 for 30. Your aircraft. Let me pull up something here real quick if I can find some details. I love all the comments. Like, sounds familiar, sounds familiar. Mustafa, be awesome to meet you. Talk to you again, man. How many days are you going for, Moose? You going for the whole shebang? I need to look up I'll look up Baltimore. How am I going to find this? April 17th. Baltimore to Cancun, baby. Was that ship 972? A320. I remember the FO is an awesome dude, man. The FO I flew with. Okay, so have you guys seen the movie? It's with Jennifer Aniston and the comedian guy from Horrible Bosses, and they're like trying to go south of the border to get the powder. What is that movie? Gosh, so Mickey G, you got to know what I'm talking about. What I was going to say is the FO that I flew with was like the Millers. Yes, the Millers. So, yeah, the Millers. And then, so remember the guy, the other couple, right? So the guy that's in all the memes, I can't think of his name for some reason right now, but he's like the super America, like he's a DEA agent. That is exactly how my FO was. So if you imagine on that trip, it's me and my FO was the DEA agent from the Millers. It was great, man. It was great. We are the Millers. Yes, that's it. So that's why I bring it up. If you want to know who the FO, what he was like on that flight, the DEA agent from the Millers, pretty much one-to-one what the FO was like. And it makes it more funny because the reason of the delay on the boarding process there. Al Loper's got the stats. Yeah, it was Spirit 1925 A320 Neo 972, 3 hours 35 minutes. Took off from Baltimore to Cancun. That's us, man. I got it in my logbook. Let me see. I can't. Well, if I show you, see, I don't want to name drop. I could show you this though. Let's see. So, will this look? I don't know if you can see the screen. Hold on. I gotta like get it real close, and you won't be able to read it, will you? But that's from my logbook, essentially. 972, Cancun to Baltimore. Let me see who flew which leg here. I gotta refresh my memory. Oh, now I lost it. Where'd it go? I hit the something and lost it now. Oh, so actually I flew the return leg on that one. No, I take it back. No, I do take it back. I flew the return leg. I flew Cancun to Baltimore. He took us Baltimore to Cancun. So if the landing was bad, it's not me. It's Joe's fault. It's Joe's fault. All right, where are we at? Oh, we're getting ready to level. 33 for 34. Please don't blow through the altitude. I should have really lowered this out. Getting ready to level. Doing Mach 7.9. Wonderful, wonderful. Did you find a shortcut to Cancun? The piece of history. Uh-oh. I spelled it wrong. Alright, there's our altitude alert. Listen, it was autocorrect, alright? Surprised he didn't yell at me for the non-capitalized I. Alright, so we're leveling 3. Well, she's actually leveling way better than it used to, huh? Take a look at our fuel situation. Alright, 16.3 is holding. We are burning. 30 on the center. Look at that. Fuel is doing wonderful fuel things. Moose, how is the temperature situation? Has that been changed at all? Cabin. Oh, look, so it is Fahrenheit, right at 75 degrees. It seems a wee bit cold, a wee bit hot. Let's move it back just a hair. Let's see if that makes anything. And these are, that's closed. We want those open. We want these latched, right? Isolation open. And we're hovering right about 75 degrees, 77 degrees. Cabin is doing a little bit of cabin maneuvering there. All right, we're going to lock it in at 280 now that we're level. Or let's lock it in at 300. What kind of Mach is that going to give us? Auto throttle arm for 300 indicated. Oh, that's way too much. Let's come back. 290. There's no way to change this to Mach, unfortunately, but that is true behavior, to my knowledge. I believe it got updated, but I've been in Hawaii for the last week, so I couldn't test it. Oh, right on, Moose. Well, I look forward to your video when you get back. Have the report on my desk at 7 a.m. Nah, man, sweet. Enjoy the time in Hawaii, dude. That's awesome. All right, we're INS, altitude hold. 8.4 is going to be a little bit cooking on the gas. We're going to knock that down. We planned at least an 8.3 cruise. Let's knock it back. We're doing 6 to 7. Now, this is one thing I'm not familiar with. It's an auto batch, right? So, to my knowledge, for you L1011 fans that fly with this map display screen, which is actually pretty cool, I'm actually really starting to like it. Because it's not just like a Garmin. They could have copped out and just given you a Garmin 430 here. It should auto update the next 9, correct? I don't believe I have to do anything, because auto batch appears to be illuminated. So, the only thing I wish you could do is dim it. Chris PT6 says it will auto-sequence. My man, thank you, dude. Chris, dude, those F-18s, man. I couldn't believe that. That's wild, man. Oh, also, Chris, dude, that Lear, looked like literally we just flew the Lear. You sent me that Lear video. That was cool, man. Sorry, dude. So like when I'm flying, I have my phones off, and then I land, and I have terrible service in all of the airports now. Apparently, I don't know why. AT&T is just, or Verizon is just terrible, especially in Miami, especially in Dallas. So then my stuff loads, but like I can't play the videos, and then I end up watching them when they finally do come in, and then I fall asleep, and then I forget that someone texted me. So I just, keep sending them, dude. But that Lear was sick because we had just did the Lear stream, and Chris PT6 sent me a video of a Lear blasting off. Looked just like Barry. All right, we're 8.0 Mach. We are locked and loaded. 340. Seatbelt sign is coming off. No smoking sign is coming off. Smoke them if you got them. Anti-skid is off. That's normal. We're in mag. Everything else looks good. Don't come to T-Mobile. You have to use Wi-Fi everywhere. West Air Aviation. That's actually, I don't like that you said that because I was thinking about switching to T-Mobile. Well, I guess I won't be doing that. What about AT&T? Any AT&T complaints out there? All right, so it's going to auto batch. It was the same day of the stream. It was an old Lear 25. Man, that's awesome. We found ourselves a little bit of a haze layer up here. But it appears to be smooth. Oh, look at the cons. Oh, they're still going down, though. They do. I don't know. Are they? Why do the cons do that? I mean, look at the deck angle on this thing. I don't know. I still like it. Haters gonna hate, AJ. I don't care if the cons are tilted down or not. Give you the, in my opinion, L10 view right there. That is the juice. That is the juice. All right, let's listen to this announcement real quick, and then we're gonna break for dinner. I wish I could show this.
I guess. But that's all.
All right, let me turn the sim down. And let me make sure you guys can hear the audio. All right, so this is yours truly. Oh my gosh, I don't like listening to myself talk. Guy's sitting at 24F. Well, we're only going to show a small clip of this. So let's go to here. Let's go to our green dot cam. All right, let's watch this, a short clip of this.
Mexico. Just finished up the board process here. Sorry about the delay this morning. A little bit of, I guess there were some issues with, with some border patrol issues, I guess. But that's all been sorted out, and we're all on board now. We got the cargo door just about to be closed. We're actually all loaded up, so as soon as we get the front door shut, we're going to be on our way down to Cancun. We got 3 hours, 35 minutes of flying time. It's a little bit longer route today. I guess for air traffic control purposes, they have us going all the way down the coast of Florida before we actually cut across over Cuba and then down into Cancun. We're going to do our best to get a shortcut. We can shorten that up for you a little bit, but right now 3 hours 35 minutes is the flying time. Cancun weather, it's a nice day, about 68 degrees right now, some partly cloudy skies, scattered rain showers, just some springtime weather moving in and out of the hour, in and out of the area down there. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you for choosing Spirit Airlines, and welcome aboard.
Chat, that's too funny, man. That's too funny. That is too funny. So I'll tell you why, and then we'll get out of here. We'll take a little dinner break. So showed up to the airplane, and there was a bunch of law enforcement there. There was FBI. There was police, like regular local police, and there was airport police. And I'm just like, what? I mean, this is, like, let's be honest. I mean, Spirit Airlines, there was a reputation for some passengers. And, seeing local law enforcement at the aircraft was nothing that too surprising. But when I saw FBI and then also Customs and Border Patrol agents there. Now, the Customs and Border Patrol agents, they were completely kitted out. So I opened they let us down. We get there an hour early. They let us down the jet bridge, and I go all the way down to the bottom of the jet bridge there where the aircraft meets the jetway. And there's 3 Border Patrol guys fully kitted out. I mean, M4s, plates, full on. I'm like, what is going on? And so what had happened was they apparently there was a passenger that shot somebody the night before. There was a shooting, and I don't remember if it was actually fatal or not. It may have been fatal, but there was a shooting, and the suspect was boarding. He was going to flee the country. So because he was fleeing the country, it became a federal deal and became a customs thing. So the problem was he was traveling with his brother and 2 other people, and they didn't want to spook him in the airport. So they came up with this plan that they were going to board like normal, but they were just going to board very slowly. They were going to send one person at a time down the jetway. I'm like, well, that's pretty obvious. But I guess what the gate agents had come up with is they were going to pretend that there was some issue with the scanning things where you scan the barcode. So it would take longer, because what they wanted to do is they wanted to get the suspect in the jet bridge, because once he was in the jet bridge, he wasn't going to go anywhere, and he was no harm to anybody else in the airport, because they would close the door behind each person that went through. And then the plan was to have the customs and law enforcement come up the stairs from the outside of the jet bridge and arrest the dude. And what they were going to do is they were going to check everybody's identity, or they were going to check everybody's ID cards and passports, or the customs people were there at the bottom. So they were saying, hey, because of the scanning machine is down, boarding process is going to be a little bit slower, so we got to start early. But then when you get on the jetway, we just want to verify everyone has their passport, so you may see additional agents down there. So I'm sitting in the cockpit, right, left seat. You could see people coming down and getting like right there in the on the landing of the jetway, because I don't believe Baltimore doesn't have any glass jet bridges. You can't really see in the jetway, but you can see from the captain window looking left. You can kind of see through the gap there. So I mean, this thing. I mean, boarding takes forever. Imagine boarding a 321 with one person at a time going down the jetway. It was a very lengthy boarding process. And the way they had it staged, they had the 2 customs people at the bottom of the jetway, and then outside where you couldn't see, but on the stairs of the jetway, were the 3 dudes that were fully kitted up, and then there was police, and then there was like 2 FBI down at the bottom. Were they FBI? They may not have been FBI. They were some other 3-letter agency. Maybe they were. Maybe it was ICE. I don't remember. But they had. I mean, you would have thought this was a serious. I mean, maybe he was a serious violent felon. I didn't get the full detail. But what the problem was, because he was traveling with so many people, they had to get them all at the same time without spooking anybody else and not them being able to talk. So the brother came down. The brother, or one of the, I don't know if it was his brother or one of the people he was traveling with. So they came down, ID, tag him, boom. The two guys come up into the jetway, the fully kitted guys. They zip tie him, they bring him out, they walk him down, and then they keep going. They send another guy down and another guy down. Eventually, they got everybody. No alarm was, no one got spooked. But once they got him, they finally got him, I think, probably around the midway part of boarding. So after that, then they were able to board normally and everybody loaded on. So how am I going to make a PA saying, hey, the reason we're 2 hours late today is because we had a felon on board the aircraft that was trying to flee the aircraft. He might be dangerous still. He's traveling with 3 other people. He shot somebody last night, and we don't want to spook the other people that he's with, because if we don't get the other people that he's with, there'll be a risk to the aircraft once we're airborne, right? They didn't know if they let his brother on, who was innocent, if they let his brother on, but he's not on the aircraft, would his brother do something and possibly hold the aircraft, or cause trouble in the cabin or whatnot? So I'm trying to, I guess I didn't spend enough time formulating what I wanted to say before I keyed the mic. And then my FO, great dude, loved him, Joe. I won't give him his full name. But again, if you've seen the movie We're the Millers, think of the DEA agent husband of that other couple. That is who the FO was. So I'm trying to talk, and then he starts talking to me. He's like, trying to make me mess up or whatever. And he's like, yeah, well, this guy, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you know what I should do. So I'm trying to not sound completely ridiculous. Meanwhile, Joe's ribbing me over here. He's saying what he's saying. I'm trying not to laugh, and I'm just trying to make sure everybody knows that I know it's taken a really long time. We're going to do our best to, get us out on time. But that was the story. I cannot believe that is the video that's posted on YouTube from a trip report. I remember that day like yesterday, man. That I was actually living in Georgia. That was during my stint when we were living in Georgia, and I was Atlanta-based. And we did a turn. And you know what's even more interesting? The flight, so the day before is when we flew the A319 from hell. It was, I think I might have talked about this one where we had, I don't know, we had like a 17-page MEL that we had to do with. I think we did it on the Phoenix where we were powering all the flight controls at the gate. The FO's push-to-talk's broken, my headset's broken. So it's like all this, just this massive cluster of stuff is broken. So Joe and I were flying the day before, and we flew into Baltimore with that airplane, and then this was the next day where we were going down to Cancun. So, yeah, Zippy, that's the one, man. It was a 319. There was all kinds of issues with it. It was actually getting ready to go to the desert. So it was one of the first 319s to be retired that we had, or one of the first batch of them anyway. So they weren't doing any maintenance on them, or they were doing the minimal maintenance. So we had I think 3 flight control computers were deferred. We had all kinds of other stuff inside the cockpit that was deferred as well. But that was the trip that happened on. So I just think that is absolutely hilarious that is preserved on the YouTubes. No need to be alarmed. I'm a spirit agent. Oh my goodness. Steven's like, hey, that dude murdered a guy last night. Allegedly, dogpile him. Oh man, it was yeah, it was great, man. That was but it was a great flight. We flew down, no issues. I kind of want to see the landing, and then I'm not going to watch it live though, because I would love to get permission from that guy, and then we could just kind of watch the whole trip report. Let me fast forward. Oh, look at that takeoff. What a great video. Let's fast forward to the landing. Is there any PAs and crews?
See you again here on
oh, yep. Oh, another PA.
We do appreciate your business afternoon.
Oh.
Stay down there.
Let's listen to the arrival PA, shall we? Hold on. Arrival PA, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back and start breaking down Green Dot. Did I get the shortcut? Gosh, honestly, I can't remember. I can't remember, Joe Plains.
Miles now to the airport. Should be on the ground here for about 30 minutes. Cancun weather. It's a pretty nice day down there. 80 degrees, partly cloudy skies, calm winds. Seatbelt sign will be coming on here pretty soon. Once it does, it will remain on for the duration of the flight. We do ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate.
Attention everyone.
We do appreciate your business afternoon. Apologize for the
Flight attendant trying to cut me off.
delay leaving Baltimore. See you again here on another future Spirit Airlines flight.
Use the lavatory before land.
Welcome to Cancun.
Turn on. You should be in your seatbelt fastened. If you have used
So yeah, and that confirms that I didn't fly that leg. So if I was flying that leg, the first officer would have made that PA. So I was PM on the flight down. Let's take a look at Joe's landing here, and then we'll and I gotta get some food. No, because we gotta watch Green Dot. We gotta be a great Green Dot. Love Cancun, baby. Love Cancun, name dropper. I mean, for the last 2 years of my career at Spirit, I basically just did Cancun and around Cancun. A little bit of oh, he greased it though. That was a good greaser. There was like no wing flex on that touchdown. Look at that. Joe's a great pilot too. Look at that. I mean, greased it. Look at the wing flex or wing situation there. Little flap flutter. I wonder if he gets off if I. Oh, let's see. When he exits the airplane, does he come up front at all? See, I wish people like this would have, come up to the front. I would have loved to say, "What's up, man?" Hold on, I don't want to get copyrighted there with any audio. If it was 72 degrees, oh, it must be 72 degrees outside because yours truly is out doing the post flight there. So I did do a handful of post flights in Cancun, especially after a long one like that, 3.5 hours. I got to go walk around, So that's when I'll go outside, do the walk around. I didn't do the walk around in Cancun or in Baltimore, though. I'll tell you that much. Because I remember Joe came back up. Actually, I remember this now. He came back up from pre-flight, and he's like, "Dude, what the hell's going on down there?" I don't know, man, because he wasn't briefed yet. So, and he did the walk around. He's got all these federal agents around the aircraft. He's like, "Are we is this safe?" Those aren't my boots. That's not me. So yeah, I'm not in the jet bridge. So I was doing a little post flight. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. We're gonna dissect the shoes here. Sometimes I would stand out here as well. Ooh, I don't know if those were right there. Are those Ariats? I don't know. Could be. I can't remember. But anyway. All right. Good deal. People that can grease the Airbus and COM. Thank you, AJ, for the $3 super chat. I missed your other super chat, man. Thank you for the other one, too. It says, Fume events are real, people. AJ, they are indeed, man. Thank you for the two $3 super chats. Sorry I missed both of those. But, yeah, I can grease... Listen, you can't... Greasing the Airbus in COM winds is actually way harder than greasing it in non-COM winds. I would tell you that. All right, I really hope these auto-import, because if not, we might have an issue. While I step out, I'm going to go grab my lunch. Where do y'all want to sit for our little break? Do you want to sit cockpit view, jump seat? Or do we want to sit... Ooh, we could be jump seating, or I can put y'all... Ooh, right here. Yes, this is the time to make dinner. If you're going to make dinner, this is the time to break for dinner and get ready, because I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a little bit of food. I think Miss V1 is out and about too. It won't be super long. I'm just going to give me about 45 minutes or so. And then we'll set up for the Green Dot Aviation. Oh, the lounge? No, we don't want to be in the lounge. There's no windows in the lounge, man. How about some Korean jazz? Is there any Hong Kong jazz? Chinese jazz? Coffee shop vibes? How about blues? That seems pretty Cathay Pacific-ish. Lower galley? I can't. There's no windows in the lower galley. We don't want no stinking lounge. You guys really want to sit in the lounge? We're gonna do outside view on this one. How's our fuel though? I don't want to burn past it. I think we'll be all right. Yeah, we still got 10,000 pounds to go out of the centers. This is where I need chase plane. Dang it, AJ. Do I need chase plane yet, or is it WASM crashing? That's the shot right there. That's the shot. All right, I'm going to pin this message. Remember to check out the V2 channel shorts while you're sitting here waiting. I will be right back. The poster responded to me already? For real? You lie. Oh my gosh, you have a... oh, Mr. Wentz here. Wow, you look nice. So... they found a video of me at Spirit, and there was a trip report. So they did a flight that was from Baltimore to Cancun. Do you remember when I told you there was a guy that shot somebody the night before, and he was on our plane, and we had to board?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's that flight, and it's got the whole flight recorded, PA announcement, and everything. They found these freaking. I don't know, the chat, the investigators on the chat. They found it, so it's pretty funny. So we'll watch that too if we have time when we get back. We'll take a breakdown. But all right, I'm headed out to dinner, lunch. That's awesome. He did respond. That's so cool. Yeah, dinner, lunch. You know, same thing. It's like 6 o'clock. Well, I didn't really have official lunch. All right, chat. We're gonna hop out. I'll be back in a few minutes, and check out V2 Sim while you're at it. All right, be right back. Well, not right back. Be back soon. right, we back. What are we listening to, chat? What are we listening to? I don't know. That ain't what I left you on with. Let's see here. We can end that. Carlito, my man. Carlito, thank you so much, dude, for the $20 super chat back there. Really appreciate you. Hey, wife was loving it, man. I left her at the bar. Left the wife at the bar. That's how much I love y'all. I said, this one's on Carlito. I gotta go. Enjoy the next martini. So, Mr. Carlito, I appreciate you, man. Very, very kind, dude. All right, who is ready to rock and roll? Let's take a look at our waypoint imports. Auto importing, beautiful. We're going 5 to 6. I tell you what, kind of just looking at the stream as we went over the island there, and what was that? It was Malaysia, right? Beautiful. Beautiful sunset off the left-hand side of the wing. Look at that. Let's see, 16.3, 20.3. We're looking good on the fuel. Somebody's got to set a timer for in about 4,000 pounds. So what are we burning? 4,000, and we need, let's see, we're burning 4,000 an hour. 4, 8, 12. About 30 minutes or so, we're going to need to double check our fuel status. But it's time for some green dot. Who's ready? Miss V1 is still in the chat. This is going to be fun. I sent V1 back to work. Meanwhile, I'll be next door trying the cookie butter espresso martini. That one's on Carlito. She doesn't have any audio. She's just reading the chat. But, yeah, she really wanted to try the, what was it? What did she say? Yeah, the cookie butter espresso martini. I tell you what, the French toast espresso martini was pretty good, too. How's the L1011 after the recent updates? A Reaper? This is my first flight on the, with the most recent updates, and it's great, dude. The performance, I never thought it was heavy on my particular system, but it is, I can tell that it is more optimized now. That's number one. Number two, I really enjoyed the effects on startup. You have the some smoke effects, the smoky RB211s firing up on this old beast, L1011, and the sounds are just awesome, man. But the cockpit seems more optimized as well. The textures seem a little bit sharper. I moved through the cabin a little bit sharper too. So good on the updates. I've been keeping track of the updates as they come out. I've been reading the change logs. They've been fixing a lot of bugs. They've been fixing how things work systems-wise. I highly recommend the AnyBuilds L1011. People ask me, well, because, you know, they have... Some people don't like AnyBuild stuff like AJ Funari, and there has been some hiccups in the past. The 350, I think the launch was a disappointment to a lot of people. I almost think that one was almost like they bit off more than they can chew, trying to make an airplane for 2 sims. There were some stability issues. But the 340 I thought was a really good launch, and I still think it's a really good product. But this one, everything AnyBuilds has learned along the way, they've really packaged into the L1011, and I don't want to jinx us, but I've had very minimal issues, if any at all, in the L1011. And I love the quality of life stuff that they have in the L1011, like the waypoint import and the nav map, because you can literally fly this thing with less button presses than a 737 if you want to turn on the assistances. So it may seem daunting at first, just kind of finding your way around the cockpit, but it really can be a super user-friendly airplane to fly. And it's one of the hand flying has always been good. I think the A300 came out with a fantastic hand flight model, and I think it still has a great flight model, the A300. But this is just, it's very special. I love it. All right. It bothers me that it's marketplace only. Bills Mafia, I don't believe that's how it's going to stay, though. I think they are going to bring it over to their own website, right, or their own launcher. And I get it. I get the hesitation for marketplace only. I back you on that one, man. But I don't think it'll be there forever. Look at and I feel like the textures have been updated. Or, I mean, it could be either the textures or it could just be Whiskey Throttle cooking on this livery. This is a special Whiskey Throttle livery that he is making. I feel like the rivets and everything just look cleaner. The slats look better. My favorite part of the L1011 is when you have the slats extended and you have a little bit of wing that's not coming forward there with the slat, and you get the vortice off the trailing edge, kind of like I took a picture in the thumbnail. But all right, let's go ahead and start the in-flight entertainment, the original in-flight entertainment. We are going to be talking about Eastern 401, and I'm going to turn the sim down. We'll make sure our audios are checked. You guys give me an audio check here. Oh man, audio sound good? I think it's good. 5x5. So, real quick before we watch this, oh, I want to link this too for Mr. Green Dot. Head over to this link if you want to watch it in full screen. Maybe you want to watch log in full screen, or you want to subscribe to Green Dot, which I highly recommend. He allows us to do this, kind of watch stuff and break it down. His channel is pinned there. This video is pinned. And make sure you shout him out. Leave a comment too. You know, let him know you saw it over here and that you appreciate his contributions. So this video, Eastern 401, I know about the accident. It's an L1011. I don't know. I have not watched this video, but I haven't studied this in a very long time. And what I love about Green Dot is he's really going to break down the cruise. He's going to break down all the other little details and stuff that I have long forgotten and maybe never even knew about. So let's go ahead and settle in for movie night here across, what ocean are we over, Turk? Are we over the Pacific? The Indian Ocean? Where are we? What ocean are we flying over? Let's go ahead and watch some Green Dot.
The story of Flight 401 is the story of a puzzle. A moonless night, an advanced autopilot, and an indicator light. These are the pieces of the puzzle. But there is one more piece, a hidden one, that pulls all of them together. What you're about to watch is the story of that final hidden piece.
I kind of wish it was
the
nighttime.
Story of Eastern Airlines Flight 401.
Kind of wish it was nighttime in the sim. I thought it would be a little bit darker by now. That's all right. We're over the South China Sea. Thank you, Flight Sim guy. Small Texas education.
It was a cold, clear evening on December 29th, 1972, at New York's JFK Airport.
1972. L1011 in 1972. What a beast of an airplane.
163 passengers boarded a brand new Eastern Airlines jumbo jet operating as Flight 401. They were bound for the much warmer climate of Miami, Florida, 3 hours away.
Very familiar with Miami too now. That's where I'm
Taking care
based.
of them were 9 cabin crew. These passengers were lucky to have made it on board, they thought. It was a hectic evening in New York, even more so than normal.
The year of the most recent moon landing. Don't get us started, Mr. Anderson. Don't get us started. We landed on the moon in 1969, and President Nixon cold called the dudes up there, okay? We landed on the moon.
And the roads on the way to the airport were so clogged
650 million views. Okay, there we go.
with traffic that 65 passengers who were meant to be on the flight hadn't made it to the airport on time.
65 no-shows. That'll affect the
As
weight
fate would have
balance.
it, they would be the lucky ones. Up front in the cockpit were 3 flight crew. Commanding the flight was 55-year-old Captain Robert A. Loft, known to family and friends as Bob.
Bob
One of
Loft.
the airline's most senior captains.
What was his
Loft
specs?
was a veteran pilot
He's gonna
who
go
had been
over.
with Eastern for 32 years. His career
How'd he
had
get the
taken
aft
place
air stairs?
during a time of great
Is that
change in
GSX?
the aviation industry. when aircraft were continuously getting bigger, faster, and where technological advances proceeded at a dizzying pace.
I mean, imagine, and that's such a crazy thing to think about. Imagine flying a DC-8 friggin' Constellation, like going from props to the very first jets, 707, and then shortly after that, you're in an L1011 with auto land capability, triple autopilot channels. Like, it's the pace of growth of aviation from the 70s to the 90s is insanity. You know, we hit 2000 and it really just kind of slowed. Actually, I'd say the majority of the growth pretty much ceased, late 90s. Because after that, what do we have? One new airplane. We had the E190, E170. They came out through the 2000s. But that's it. I mean, all that rapid expansion. What a time to be an airline pilot. True legends.
The many aircraft that Loft had flown had tracked this change, from humble beginnings on the
Look at
DC-3,
DC-3
to the Lockheed Constellation,
Connie.
all the way up to the 4-engine jets like the DC-8 and Boeing 720.
That's so cool.
However, as advanced as each of these aircraft were for their time, they paled in comparison to the jet he was commandeering on this night. The Lockheed L1011 was pretty much an aircraft from science fiction. So advanced was its autopilot that it was the first wide-body aircraft that was certified to land in zero visibility conditions.
Did you hear that, Zippy? First wide-body aircraft to land in zero visibility conditions.
Entirely automatically. Its Rolls-Royce engines had 3 spools.
I'll pause it there. I like that diagram too. I want to look at that. But think about that. 1970, we had the capabilities to fly a wide-body jetliner and land it in zero visibility. That's pretty insane, man. 72 was the year Apollo 17 landed. Take a look at the Apollo command module instruments and the L1011. It's neat to see how similar they do look. Even the front used for the tech. Mr. Anderson, I know, man. Probably landed on, I think 72 was when we actually landed on the moon. But look at, so you got the triple spool, RB211, low pressure fan, low pressure turbine, right? Those are connected. Now you got the high pressure compressor section, another high pressure compressor section, and then the turbine. So I mean that's such a cool. I mean, what a staple, RB211. What a staple
than the
engine.
usual 2, increasing efficiency and reducing noise. For redundancy, the aircraft had 4 hydraulic systems instead of the usual 3. And it had a host of automated features which reduced the pilot's workload, making it easier to fly. It really was the pinnacle of aircraft engineering, and Captain Loft was an extraordinarily experienced pilot. He had almost 30,000 hours in the air.
29,700 total flight hours. My goodness. We lost Flix? What happened to Flix? Jeez. 280 hours on the L1011, though. But still.
However,
it's about how much
so
time.
new was the Lockheed 1011 that he had just 280 hours on it.
It's about how much time I have on the 7.3.
Sitting to his right was the...
Uh-oh, Miss V1 has an update from the Cookie Butter Espresso Martini. Can you get one to go? That sounds so good. Can you bring it over? I got a text her on the chat.
First officer, 39-year-old Albert J. Stockstill, known to family and friends as Bert. Stockstill had been with Eastern for 13 years, having started as...
Is that the Electra? Lockheed L188? So the FO, 5,800 hours. I mean, way less experience than the Captain, but still, almost 6,000 hours total time. He has more time on the L1011. I don't know what they were flying, monthly credit or monthly block on the aircraft, but I mean, in the U.S. now, modern flight times, I mean, you're looking around 80 to 85 hours a month. So at 300 hours, they are still both pretty new. I mean, what is that? If they're flying 80 hours a month, that's, 3 months. I doubt they were flying 80 hours a month back then, so probably, let's just say 5 months. They've probably been on the aircraft less than 6 months at this time, but still highly experienced crews.
Flying career with the U.S. Air Force. He had 5,800
I can't believe the
hours
Captain had almost 30,000 hours.
And had been a flight engineer on several aircraft, including the Boeing 727 and DC-7, before becoming a first officer on the L1011.
Miggs, welcome in, brother.
He had slightly more experience on this aircraft than the captain, with just over 300 hours on type. Sitting behind the two pilots
Dandrini,
was
you
the
might
flight
be right.
engineer, Donald A. Repo, aged
Whoa.
51. He had started off at Eastern Airlines in 1947 as a mechanic, and had become a flight engineer in 1955.
I like to pause. I love how he does these breakdowns. So this guy he's Class 2 medical. He's got commercial license, private license, airplane single engine land, and instrument, turboprop and turboprop jet, 15,000 hours sitting sideways. I would assume, since he doesn't have any type ratings, he might have some, single engine time or, whatever. That's nothing that requires a type. 53 hours on the L10, so very new to the L10. Man, that's crazy. So I think Dandrini, he said something. He's like, I think these crews they were probably were they the launch customer? They're probably flying the L1011 since it first come out. So true pioneers with the aircraft, but even though their time is low, they are extremely seasoned, and they're at the hours at which a lot of guys retire with. So, Miggs, this is Eastern 401. Wait, Chris, is that your grandpa? Wait, for real?
Repo had built up a wealth of experience in this time, with almost 16,000 hours in the air. However, just 53 of those were on the TriStar. There was one more person in the cockpit on this night. Sitting in the jump seat was 47-year-old Angelo Donadeo, a technical officer who was returning to Miami as a non-revenue passenger after an assignment in New York. Each of the flight crew was well rested and had no known medical issues. Captain Loft had taken on 38 tons of fuel for the trip to Florida, more than enough for the journey, and enough to hold.
What did we put on,
if he encountered
107,000?
any issues in Miami. Once the bags had been loaded and everyone was on board, the massive jet was sealed up and pushed back from the gate at JFK. The pilots started the plane's three engines and began taxiing out to the runway. It was
Look
a
at that,
busy night in New
7-4.
York, and the flight joined a long queue of aircraft waiting for takeoff.
Honestly, this was like our cue. Guys, I looked at the IVEO WebEye side tangent here. Loud and clear. This might be the record IVEO conga line we've ever had. I counted like 15 airplanes at one point. I think Flix might have crashed now, but pretty insane. Thank you all for flying along. It's going to be an awesome flight tonight. But look at this. We got this classic 7.4s. Golly.
At 20 minutes past 9,
The amount of
it was
payroll in
finally
that
Flight
cockpit.
401's turn. Captain Loft lined up on the runway and then handed over control to First Officer Stockstill, who would be flying the aircraft on this night. The engines were set to take off power, and within moments, the jet was hurtling down the runway. Not long afterwards, Stockstill
Sound
pulled
set,
back
10
his
for
control
10.
column and lifted the giant plane into the sky.
Is that what this airplane sounds like with flyby view? I might get chase plane just to listen to that. Those of you with chase plane, does that flyby sound like that on this airplane? Or is that a real dubbed audio recording? That is insanity.
Once the aircraft was climbing, he called for the landing gear to be retracted, and the captain pulled it up into the plane's belly. It was a clear night, and as the aircraft turned south, passengers got a view of the vast sea of orange lights that was New York, stretching out to the horizon.
That was kind of interesting. I just did a New York to Miami flight my last trip. It's kind of kind of crazy. We're doing this right now. Yeah. That's the view going south out over the eastern seaboard, man. There's Kennedy, LaGuardia. Is it over here? Over here. I can't really tell. I think it's over here, isn't it? It might be over here.
Once the plane was established on course, the first officer engaged the autopilot and set it to climb to the flight's cruising altitude. From here, the autopilot would take care of the flying, while the pilots monitored the aircraft systems and talked to air traffic control as they flew down the east coast. As pilot flying on this leg, First Officer Stockstill would be the one making selections on the autopilot panel and calling for changes in configuration, like the lowering of the gear and the extension of the flaps. The captain, as pilot monitoring, or pilot not flying as it was known then,
Yeah, back then we actually called it PNF and PF. So now it's PM and PF, pilot monitoring, pilot flying. Pilot not flying got changed because it was kind of like, you know, if you're not flying, no responsibility. I don't know. I'm not sure what really led to that change, but I do remember it was PNF and PF, but now it's PM and PF.
Would be handling the radios and monitoring the first officers flying. This splitting of duties ensures that one pilot always has their full attention on flying the plane, while the other has enough free attention to deal with other issues. With the flight now well on its way, the cabin crew began going down the aisles serving the passengers meals and drinks. It was a clear, moonless night, and there wasn't much to see outside. In the passenger cabin, as in the cockpit, the flight was uneventful, save for the fact that one passenger proposed to his girlfriend, and she accepted. At 11:15 that night, after 2 hours in the air, Flight 401 was ready to begin its descent. Air traffic control cleared the flight to an altitude of 9,700 feet, and the first officer started down. The weather in Miami was good.
That's usually the first officer making coffee, FOMC. So, and Prada just played in here. He said, I think this aircraft was brand new at the time. And I think he's right. So you've got brand new airplane, ahead of the time, extremely seasoned flight crew, flawless flight at this time. Get there-itis, maybe. Go home-itis, who knows? You're coming in, like, the vibes are good. I can only imagine if you were to build the cockpit scene. Vibes are good. They're probably going home because it's Miami, their Eastern crew. Brand new airplane. Like, the vibes are good. Traffic's decent. Traffic's light. Getting into Miami, getting vectored. I wonder what runway they're going to land on here. I actually don't know what runway they're planning to land on. So, everything's without a hitch, right? Completely smooth sailing.
There were light winds from the east, good visibility, and scattered clouds at 2,500 feet.
Pretty standard for Miami.
Given the easterly winds, the pilots would approach Miami from the west, out over the Florida Everglades,
We're gonna land on,
and then come into
9?
land on runway 09 left.
9 left. It's funny. So actually, so this is the magnetic variation change over time. So now it's actually 8 left, 8 right. And then we have runway 9, and we have runway 9. And we have 12 going eastbound in Miami. So the magnetic variation changes over time, and that's when the airports renumber their runways. So at this crash in 72, you had 9 left, 9 right, probably 13 with the off parallel there, that slanted runway. But they're landing on what would be modern day runway 8 left, which is actually a shorter runway, but one thing I do love about being Miami-based is you see a lot of heavies out there, a lot of 7.4s, Atlas, Kalita, what's the other one, Sky Cube, and seeing them land those 7.4s on A left is pretty awesome.
The frequency for the runway's instrument landing system into their navigation radios, ensuring that they would be able to make an approach.
110.3, it's still the same today.
However, given how clear a night it was likely that they would be able to see the runway from a long way out. As the cabin crew went down the aisles collecting rubbish, Captain Loft made an announcement to the passengers, welcoming them to Miami. The orange city stretched out along the coast in front of the pilots, visible through the L1011's famously large cockpit windows.
Hell yeah.
From a pilot's point of view, one of the nice things about flying to Florida is that it's so low-lying. This means that terrain is basically not a concern. By all appearances, this would be a completely routine approach and landing. Shortly after 20 minutes past 11 that night, Flight 401 reached its cleared altitude of 9,700 feet.
It's interesting. They only use, even altitudes pretty much, or 500s, right? 9,500 or 9,000. You would be very rare. I don't remember the last time. Well, I guess that's not true. I've got like some 3,200s, but I know we don't use 9,700 in Miami anymore.
The controller then gave further instructions to set them up for an approach to runway 9 left. First Officer Stockstill began slowing the massive jet down, and Flight Engineer Repo went through the descent and approach checklist.
Flight Engineer Repo,
pilots.
that's a pretty cool name, to be honest with you.
As they slowed, they extended the flaps, notch by notch. By 11:30, the flight was just a few miles northwest of the airport. The approach controller instructed the pilots to turn left to intercept the localizer, the lateral component of the runway's instrument landing system. He then handed them off to Miami Tower, who would deal with the flight as it neared the runway. Following the guidance from the localizer beam, the first officer lined up with runway 09 left. He was now just 6 nautical miles from touchdown. Captain Loft made contact with the Miami Tower controller.
It's crazy how realistic that looks.
But initially, the controller didn't respond, because he was dealing with other flights. In the meantime,
Standard.
Loft instructed Stockstill to extend the landing gear. Normally, the decision about when to lower the gear would be Stockstill's, as pilot flying. But it wasn't too out of the ordinary for a captain to make a call like this. However, in a few moments, this mixing of roles would show up again, in a far more consequential way. The landing gear came...
That is weird. Why? I actually don't remember that. So the captain called for gear down? I'd be like, okay, your aircraft. Like, there's some captains you'll fly with. It's like, flaps 1. No. Golly, those are guys who are paying to fly with. But I don't think that was the case. I think maybe the captain was thinking, okay, tower hasn't responded yet. Let's start slowing up now. Give them more time because it's busy. Maybe they're following traffic. So, you know, they're both new on the jet. Like, hey, let's just slow down early. I don't think it was anything too abrasive in the moment. That's just my pure speculation. But I actually don't remember that. I don't remember reading that. So the captain called for gear down. All right, so gear's coming down. They're slowing up. They're on final inside of 6 miles. Let's do it.
Down, sending a rumble through the cabin. The captain tried calling the tower controller again, and this time he got a response. The controller told him to continue the approach to runway 9 left.
So he's obviously busy.
The flight engineer went through the before...
Continue approach. Remember, that's not a cleared to land clearance. That's just continue approach. So Eastern 401, continue 9 left. He doesn't have the spacing or the authority to actually clear them to land at this moment, but you are to continue the approach as if you're going to land. But it's pretty sure that's the number one time where, you know, landing without a clearance will occur. So you got to be careful about that. You got to remember that you're not cleared, but you're continuing.
Before landing checklist with the captain. Each item was satisfactory until they got to the landing gear.
Gear down in green.
Loft noticed that one of the landing gear indicator lights wasn't lit.
Not green.
He was looking for 3 green lights, one for the nose gear and one for each of the main gear, showing that they were both down and locked. But the one for the nose gear was just blank. Importantly, it wasn't red, which would mean that it was in transit. Well,
all right, so you see the difference there? That's a big thing to note. So you've got green lights indicating down and locked. You have a red light indicating in transit. So the gear is not up and it's not down. No lights at all. That's peculiar, right?
It simply wasn't lit at all. As with most things mechanical or electrical, this was likely nothing the simple turn it off and turn it back on again technique couldn't fix. Loft pulled the gear handle back up and waited for the gear to retract fully. The lights went red, as expected, and then extinguished. Once this happened, he dropped the handle again. As this was going on, Stockstill continued flying the approach. He had intercepted the glide slope by this point and was now descending towards the runway. Once the gear had extended, everything would be set for him to land. In the cabin, the passengers and crew could hear the loud grinding of the gear in transition, now for a second time.
I like,
the captain
okay,
watched
so
as the lights went from red.
Cycle it, right? Something doesn't go your way, gear down. All right, gear up. Let's cycle the gear. I have personally done this in an Airbus going into Philly, 27 right. Flying in, late night, gear down, anti-skid or something. I think it was had to do with the anti-skid. The procedure at the time, well, I believe we changed it before I left Spirit, but at the time, for, you know, if you went through the process of the book, it would tell you to cycle the gear. All right, so knowing what I knew when we had I believe it was the anti-skid light came on, we had a fault or a braking fault, BSCU fault. That's what it was, BSCU. I said, hey, let's cycle the gear. up, gear down, problem went away. Good deal. Same thing, Captain stock is it stock still doing here? Cycle the gear. Not a big deal. Maybe we'll get the light. Hopefully it'll come on this time.
Head to green on the main landing gear. But just as before, for the nose gear, the red light simply extinguished, leaving no green light in its place.
Now, Monday morning quarterbacking, what do you guys think, right? If you had the red light extinguishes, but you don't have a green light, what takes priority? The no red light or the no green light?
Now just barely 90 seconds from touchdown, the pilots had to quickly decide what to do. There wasn't enough time to cycle the gear again, so they had one question that needed answering. Was there a problem with the nose gear? Or was it just the light bulb that was faulty? If the light was the problem, the pilots could simply land and get the bulb replaced on the ground. But at this point, there was no way of knowing for sure. If they were to assume that the problem was with the light and not the nose gear itself, and they were wrong in this assumption, the consequences could be dire.
Nose gear out, not a good situation. If the gear is not out, you know, you got to get some sort of second opinion on this, right?
Weighing this up, First Officer Stockstill suggested a go-round. and
Great
Captain
suggestion.
agreed. The captain radioed the tower controller, telling him that they didn't have a light on their nose gear.
So I don't know what kind of fuel load they were taking on this, but I'm sure they had, this was, you know, in the 70s, fuel was abundant, it was cheap, so I'm sure they had enough fuel to do a go-around, probably some loiter gas. They may have even had alternate fuel, who knows. Not a big deal. Let's go around, let's troubleshoot, right? We're not going to troubleshoot at 500 feet on final approach, okay? Now what you can do, Bill's Mafia suggests tower flight light.
Captain to the flight deck.
Oh.
Captain to the flight deck.
Go ahead. Oh, captain to the flight deck, he says. Hold on. Fuel check, jet. Fuel check. Fuel check. Oh, what a beautiful.
We're gonna need you get up here for that fuel check.
All right, we're doing our fuel check right over the China Sea. How we looking? Oh, man, beautiful. 17.7. We're catching up. About another 1,000 pounds. Look at the lighting in this cockpit, guys. My goodness, let's juice up the panel lights. I love, this is my favorite airplane, guys. I know AJ's going to hate me for that because it's Indy builds, but I mean, look at the lighting. Look at this beautifulness, the crispness. I love the L1011. It's just the right amount of old with the right amount of new. So we're about 1,000 pounds to go. About, I don't know, call me in about 10 minutes. Give us a 10-minute check, and we should be all synced up. Everything else looks good, though. The sun is setting. Let's take a look at the sunset out there. Very crispy indeed. The sun is setting. We're actually watching the sunset right now. Should just reset that. Tail view. I mean, I love it, dude. We gotta get back to our video, but this is real life. Real life. I feel like we're kind of slow. No, we're doing all right. We're doing 8.0, 8.1. We're flying slow for the L1011, but we don't have a ton of gas on this one. We got a lot of traffic. All right, let's go ahead and let's go back to our regularly scheduled programming. Or do we want to see the sunset here? Look, is it actually setting? I think it's actually setting. I love seeing the sunset here. So what I was saying, what was I saying about the light? Oh yeah, the go-around, right? So they got plenty of gas at the time, I'm sure. At least enough gas to do a go-around, some troubleshooting. Everything is standard. There's no panic in the cockpit. It's more of a nuisance at this time. It's like, geez, we're on final. We're so close to being home. We don't have a green light. Let's go around and figure it out. I'm sure we'll figure it out. It's probably an indication, or maybe it's just the bulb itself, right? It could be either something wrong with the indicator, or it could most likely be a bulb issue. But the lack of, this is where your systems knowledge would come in, is like if the red in transit light extinguishes, does that alone confirm that the transit is complete and the gear is in fact down and locked, or do you still need the green light? Now, I don't know how the Lockheed L1011 manuals read at the time, but that would be the section of the book that you would want to be checking. Is okay, so the transit light is out. We don't have a green light. What's the deal? Now, there's also spare bulbs in the cockpit, I'm sure, in the 737. We got a big spare bulb, big, I say big, a little spare bulb panel that's right behind the first officer seat, behind my right shoulder, and you can pull it off. We got a bunch of different spare bulbs in there for a situation like this. Also, a lot of bulbs in the cockpit are interchangeable, so you may be able to take like the left main gear, put it on the nose gear peg to see if it lights up, right? Because you know the left one works. Put it on there and see if it lights up, right? So these are all things, these are all different tools and avenues of checking an indicator light that's not giving you what you want it to be indicating. But first, we got to go around, we got to put the aircraft in a safe spot, right? So that's what they're going to do next. The sun is going off the wing here. Absolutely love it. Migs just dropped the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. Thank you for the support, Migs. If you guys pick up a membership from Migs, shout him out and say thank you. As you get a membership here as we are crossing the South China Sea up to Hong Kong. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Migs. I have a question about the Phoenix 320. The plane filed through 11,000 restriction, then it went to slam dunk at 4,000 feet per minute before it tries to level off, slow down at 250 knots. That's just Airbus VNav, man. In order for me to answer that, I'd have to really like see where you are, what's in the box, what your cost index is, what your descent speed is in the box, what are the winds doing. So there's a whole bunch of things that can cause that to happen. Sometimes if you have an altitude window like an at or above, or you've got those, you know, between 9,000 and 12,000, and then the airplane crosses that high, and then there's a hard altitude on the backside of that, then it'll dive down. That's just Airbus being Airbus, man. You just got to be ready for that. I kind of want to see the sunset here, but I want to get back to the video. Man, what a sight, huh? Zippy, what's your ETA? And Captain Zippy, what's your ETA to Kitech? Career track, what do you got, Mick Oatmeal? Because you guys got the fancy 777.
About an hour and a half.
Oh, we got plenty of time.
0130.
All right, cool. He's still an hour and a half out. He's in front of us. I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a quick lab break. Those espresso martinis are going through me. I'll give you guys this view here. Watch this. The sunset from an L1011. I'm just going to run and hit the lab for 2 minutes. You guys watch the sunset. I'll be right back. There she goes. What a view, huh? Look at the glow of the red beacon on the engine nacelle. Gosh. Guys, I love simming. I love aviation. I love simviation. Can't wait for Expo. Alright, let's go ahead and watch the rest of our movie. Did you wash your hands? I did. I was actually thinking, Turk. So, legitimately, it's funny you asked me that question because I know you're a troll. But, I was thinking, I wonder what type of sync was in the L1011. Because I don't remember. There are some 737s that we have, some of our older ones, especially the block ones, where like you have to press and hold the button to get water and then it's like you have to press the sink plunger down so it drains. I mean, it's like, okay, here, wash your hands, but let me make it the most hard and inconvenient thing possible for you to wash your hands. I wonder what I bet the L1011 was like an actual faucet. Probably had hot water, cold water. Drew Smith, you're not going to make it? My goodness. A time sink. All right, so here we go. We're going around.
And that they were going to circle to come back in and land. The controller told him to climb to 2,000 feet, fly straight ahead, and contact the approach controller again. Stockstill began pulling the nose of the plane up, and he asked for the gear to be raised, this being the normal procedure for a go-round. However, Loft said that they'd better keep the gear down for the moment, until they figured out what the problem was.
Great idea.
There would be no point raising it and lowering it all night. After all, they needed it to be in the down position to be able to assess whether it was in fact working. As they climbed, now directly over the airport, the flight engineer suggested flicking a switch which illuminated every light in the cockpit. This should tell them whether the light itself was burnt out. He did this.
Annunciator
and
test.
Every light in the cockpit lit up. Every light except the green light for the nose gear. Just as the pilots had...
So what light? What important light does not light up during the annunciator test in the 737NG? I'll give you a hint. It's on the center pedestal.
Suspected, the nose gear indicator light had burned out. First Officer Stockstill asked Captain Loft to jiggle the light to see if it was just out of place. But that didn't do the trick either.
Also could happen.
At this point, the first officer had got the plane up to 2,000 feet. The captain switched over to the approach controller's frequency and made contact. The controller told them to turn left heading north and to maintain 2,000 feet.
Correct. It's one of the fire lights there in the middle, right above the number 1 or number 2 bottle. Yeah, it's because it goes 1, 2, and APU. Can't remember what the actual light is now, but I know you have to actually test it independently.
He was going to give them vectors to come back in and land. The first officer began turning the plane to the left, while the captain...
Hey Tower, do you guys see our nose gear down? I mean, it'd probably be pretty hard for them to see that. They'd probably have to have a heads up, get the binoculars out. It is nighttime. You could ask Miami Tower. I don't know how busy they were in 1972, but by the likes of it, with these guys, when he didn't even respond, they're probably pretty busy.
Fiddled with the problem light. It was tough for Loft to reach, the light being closer to the co-pilot side of the cockpit. So he told Stockstill to engage the autopilot so that he could have a go at removing the light. The first officer engaged the altitude hold mode of the autopilot so that it would maintain 2,000 feet. He also dialed in 360 degrees, or north, with the heading select knob. He then turned on the autopilot itself, in what's known as command mode, giving it full control over these two aspects of the plane's flight path.
Okay, so large cockpit, the captain can't reach the bulb, very, doable. I would suspect that this is kind of similar to like...
The time. The fuel gauge
is
in grave danger.
The fuel gauge is in grave danger. Look at that, Zippy. Right on the money, dude. All tank pumps open. Crossfeed's closed. Right on the money, Zip. Now we should be burning equally. Thank you, sir. Everything else looks good. How's our waypoints importing? We're looking good. Let's do an auto import. We just imported a new batch. We are cooking with gas, chat. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Migs, no, in the 320 they all light up. Give this to Zippy. Migs, thanks for the 2 Canadian. Appreciate you. Zippy, I can't believe you're not going to be at Expo, man. I'd have to give you 279 Canadian.
However,
thank you, Migs. Appreciate the super
elected
chat,
to
brother.
continue controlling the thrust of the engines manually. This would later prove important.
What do you say? Hold on, let's go back. What will prove important?
To continue controlling the thrust of the engines manually.
Ah.
This would later prove important.
So, similar to how we were flying our departure, because I said I don't like the way the auto throttle's working, let me be the auto throttle. I've seen, look, I know this airplane was super highly advanced, and maybe in later iterations it even got better. A lot of the videos I see on YouTube, that auto throttle is not engaged. It's the first officer or the flight engineer, or I should say the pilot flying and the flight engineer manipulating the thrust settings. So I do find that interesting. I wonder, and I also think it could have been maybe more of these guys are coming from aircraft where the auto throttle either didn't exist or was not widely used there either. So they are just used to using manual thrust. That is the norm at the time. Using auto thrust would actually be abnormal and a little bit more uncomfortable because they're ready. I mean, this is what they do. They are flying all the time. So that's a normal state of operation for them. So I don't think it's negligent by any means. I don't think it's abnormal. I just think it was a sign of the times. Got the autopilot on. I'll handle the thrust levers. You just set the power setting. We're just going to be flying delay vectors till we figure out this light bulb scenario, right? So still, everything well done. I did want to hit on Al Loper, turn on the landing lights, ask if tower can see the gear lights. So that is a good point, Al Loper. But remember, even if there was broad daylight and tower said, well, I could see your nose gear is down, does that mean it's locked? They cannot tell you if it's locked or not. They could say, well, it's indicating down. But it could be indicating down and not locked and then still collapse on you, right? So while in some scenarios it may be better to just assume that it's not locked or not down than to say, oh, it's down and assumed it's locked when it's not locked. I don't know. But I do agree. I mean, that is something they could have done as well, just to get, is it down at all?
Now with the autopilot flying the plane, Stockstill took his turn trying to pull the light out of its socket. The captain was giving him input, telling him he needed to twist it to the left first and then pull. A few moments into their troubleshooting, the controller issued another instruction, telling the pilots to turn further left onto a heading of 300 degrees, northwesterly. The first officer dialed this heading into the autopilot, and the plane began turning. This problem, in an aircraft as advanced as the L1011, was a real nuisance. The pilots were almost certain that it was just the bulb that was faulty, and that there was nothing wrong with the nose gear itself. Nonetheless, it would be foolish and reckless for them to simply assume that this was the case.
Correct. You got such an experienced crew. They probably know, like Green Dot is saying. These guys got over, I mean, there's over what? There's 30, 45, I mean, there's like almost 50,000 hours of experience in this cockpit. They're flying the most advanced jet in the world at the time. It's probably an indicator light. But because we are professional, we're going to do our due diligence and figure it out.
After all, there was the chance that somehow both the landing gear and the indicator light were faulty. If they couldn't determine
it's not
that this
flight
wasn't
sim
the
where you
case
can
before
just
landing,
reset.
they would have to prepare the cabin for an emergency landing. And so, the crew began searching for other indications as to the status of the gear. The captain asked flight engineer Repo if there was enough hydraulic pressure in the system that operates the landing gear. And Repo told him that the hydraulic pressure was fine across all systems.
All 4 hydraulics, look at that, man.
As it turned out, there was one very simple way the pilots could confirm the position of the gear. Beneath the cockpit, through a trapdoor and down a ladder, was a cramped room named the Hellhole, full of computers and electrical systems. There was also a small peephole through which the nose landing gear mechanism was visible.
Really?
Captain Loft turned around and asked Repo to go down the trapdoor into the avionics bay and check if the wheels were down. But just at that moment, as the captain turned around to face the flight engineer, something happened. His knee pressed against the control column. He didn't realize it. Nobody in the cockpit did. But in that moment, the force the captain applied to the control column was just enough to click the autopilot down a level, to a mode known as control wheel steering. In this mode, the pilots were, unknowingly, as it turned out, now controlling the pitch of the plane through the control column. The aircraft's heading was still being controlled with the heading selector knob.
CWS mode. basically Airbus mode without the autopilot is what they're flying right now. Airbus mode without the autopilot. Uh-oh, Chad. The martini girl has arrived. My goodness.
But its altitude was now directly under the control of the pilots. Without making a sound, the light indicating alt blinked out, as the autopilot was no longer in altitude hold mode, where it would maintain the altitude dialed into this window here. In all large passenger aircraft, Boeing, Airbus, or indeed Lockheed, it is possible to disconnect the autopilot by applying enough force to the control column or side stick. This is a safety feature, in case the pilots need to take manual control in a hurry. A warning usually sounds if this happens, in case the pilot.
So where was the autopilot alarm?
However, in this case, the aircraft provided no warning, because technically, its autopilot hadn't disengaged, but rather...
That's it right there. So there is no audible alarm because we did not disengage the autopilot. It was a CWS degradation mode. Now, I don't know if this has changed. Zippy, I'll have to try it later. Miss V1's getting out of control. I'm going to have to kick her out of here. I'll have to try it, Zippy, when we start our descent. There's no triple chirp. It's no cavalry charge. It's none of that. You're literally going down into CWS mode. It's assuming that, hey, you're taking over the aircraft here. We're not going to disengage fully, but where you put the yoke, we're going to leave it. We're going to fly-by-wire it, essentially, right?
Had just stepped down to a more basic mode. Still focused on the light, the first officer asked if the captain had a handkerchief, so he could get a better grip on it.
Got that greasy crew meal finger.
The technician who had remained silent up to this point, offered some assistance to Stockstill, telling him to pull down and turn the light to the right, and then to the left. The first officer said it would be much easier if he had a pliers, but the flight engineer told him that if he used pliers, he'd probably break the light. As the men discussed how to get the light out, the approach controller gave them
Thank you, Agent, for the $3 super chat. No, the cockpit is not safe. I'm squawking 7700.
another instruction, telling them to turn further left onto a westerly heading. Captain Loft acknowledged this and dialed this into the autopilot. Flight 401 continued its turn west, away from the bright lights of Miami and out over the dark marsh of the Everglades. By this point, Loft was getting frustrated, and he again told the flight engineer to head down to the avionics bay to see if the nose gear was down.
Alright, so he's going to send him into the hellhole.
He jokingly added, "Screwing around with that damn 20-cent piece of light equipment on this plane." The pilots laughed.
That's, and I mean, I could only imagine the captain. Oh my gosh, this is not going to go well. The captain's telling the flight engineer, just go down in the hole, check the nose gear. He's like, really? Really, we got to do this friggin' light bulb? I'm not going down there. You go down there. Well, this is where Captain Authority is going to take over one DSC. CWS wasn't something new in the L10, though, was it? I guess it depends on what they were flying. Yeah, it depends on what they were flying before, but I believe the 7.3 still had it. The 7.3 still had CWS. It's just they didn't know. I mean, they're fully capable and understand what CWS mode would do. They just didn't know that CWS mode was engaged. There was no audible charm.
Repo went down into the hellhole and peeked out through the small window.
Mickey G, exactly, dude.
The pilots had no idea that the aircraft was no longer maintaining an altitude of 2,000 feet. Instead, it was slowly descending. Without any moon to illuminate the ground, or city lights to help them judge how high they were, the only way the pilots would be able to see that they were descending were by these instruments here, their altimeters. But right now, their focus was elsewhere in the cockpit.
We're going to Martinini. Thank you, Migs. Appreciate it, man.
Realizing that this might take longer than he had first hoped,
did ATC notice? Not yet, 1DSC, not yet.
The captain radioed the controller and told him that they were going to go further west for a while to see if they could get the light to come on. He asked his colleagues in the cockpit how much fuel they had, to give him a sense of how long
good to see you, brother. Welcome on board.
To troubleshoot the issue before they had to come in and land. 52.5 came the reply, as in 52,500 pounds, more than enough for them to resolve the issue.
They got tons of gas then, so they're literally flying around. They got tons of gas. They're taking a delay vector, doing a box pattern here. Man, the sky looks amazing out here. Just had to take a quick peek. I mean, the sunset looks awesome in the window view there. So they're frustrated, right? They're flying around. They want to land. They want to go home. They got plenty of gas. They're doing everything that they should be doing, even against probably what they want to be doing. They probably just want to say, screw it, it's just a bulb, let's land. But they're not doing that. They're trying to check the boxes, go through the steps as a professional flight crew would do. The only problem here is we don't know the jet is in CWS mode. That is literally the only problem we have.
As it turned out, Flight 401 wasn't the only one dealing with landing gear problems on this night. A National Airlines flight was also experiencing difficulties with its gear,
Oh, look at that
requiring the
72.
airport fire trucks to be rolled out to meet it on landing. Controllers at Miami had their hands full getting this flight in, and so their attention was also elsewhere. In the cabin, the passengers could tell that there was probably some mechanical problem with the plane that warranted the pilots abandoning the approach and sorting it out. This would not have concerned many of them all that much, but what would have struck them as unusual was the lack of an announcement by the pilots as to what was going on, and how long they'd be circling for. Even stranger was the sight of a lighted antenna going past them out the windows, almost at their altitude.
Uh-oh.
In the cockpit, the pilots still had their attention on a different light. They had finally gotten it out, but now came the issue of how to put
Look
it
at
back
that.
in.
That's a cool edit that
They
Green
tried
Dot
different
did.
variations of twisting and pushing.
Look at they got the.
And as
That
their
is.
frustration
I wonder if that's actually what that bulb looks like. That's pretty. That's pretty cool. I didn't notice that. I've never seen that before.
grew. They're determined.
Yeah, Miss V1. They've got a number for her to call. She's in the peanut gallery. You can hear her from downstairs in the lounge. She's in the lounge. Why are the cars so big, Biz Mafia? I mean, we joke, but dude, it's like, I mean,
Determination to get the light
It's-
back in
yeah.
when it got stronger. The fact that everyone was fixated on a single item should have sent alarm
who
bells
is
ringing in the
flying
pilots'
the
heads.
jet?
But there was a paradox here. Noticing that they were consumed by this in the first place would require them to stop being consumed by it. Before the era of crew resource management, simple airmanship would have told the pilots that this was a poor use of an entire crew's attention. How many pilots does it take to change a light bulb? Just one, actually. But that wasn't how the captain had delegated the crew's responsibilities on this night. But just then, as he tried shimmying the light in, First Officer Stockstill did notice something odd. His airspeed had crept up from 175 knots to almost 190. This was strange, but he didn't give it much thought. He assumed that he had probably left the engines on too high a power setting, so he pulled the throttle levers back slightly and resumed his attempts to get the light back in. But this anomaly pointed at the underlying problem the pilots were missing. In fact, it was their first clue that something wasn't right. What the pilots didn't realize was that the plane's increase in speed had nothing to do with the engines. They were at the correct power setting for level flight.
Alright, we kicked her out, chat.
Was that the plane was not flying level. The bump that
You're right, Infian. There's a lot of assumptions right there. Hyper focusing on a problem. It's almost like the outpost. They didn't have outpost. It's just, you got to remember, this is before crew resource management was really taught. It was actually really before it was even thought of. It was kind of, this idea was kind of floating around because you had 3 people up there, but it was more like, this is the captain's ship. You do this job. You do this job. That's it. Boom. And he's delegating responsibility, but it's almost to a fault at this point.
the captain had given the control
Zippy,
column
yeah, we need
had
security.
pushed the nose down ever so slightly. And with that, the plane had
So,
started a shallow
get what he
descent.
did here? As soon as he engaged
As it
CWS
descended,
mode, because he
picked
pushed
up speed,
forward,
the same way a car does when it goes downhill.
he literally just put it
If
a
the
few
plane had
degrees
been in
down.
altitude
So
hold
it's a
mode,
super
maintaining
gradual
2,000 feet,
descent.
as the pilots thought, bringing the thrust levers back slightly would have helped the plane to slow down. That was what the first officer thought he was doing when he pulled the throttle levers back. But because the autopilot wasn't actively trying to keep the plane's altitude, this reduction in thrust meant that the plane's descent now got even steeper. What started off as a rate of descent of about 200 feet per minute soon began to tip towards 1,000 feet per minute. But because the pilots weren't looking at their instruments, they didn't notice this. Loft and Stockstill continued their efforts on the broken light bulb. And just a few moments later, as they passed through an altitude of 1750 feet, another clue came. The altitude chime sounded, indicating that they had deviated from their selected altitude by more than 250 feet. This was the first audible sign that something was amiss.
All right, we got a horn going off, right?
However,
this is why part of, when I talk about whenever there's a light in the cockpit, a yellow light, an amber light, a flashing light, acknowledge it and cancel it. Because if you don't, you grow immune to it. Same thing with oral alerts. Anytime there's an oral alert, there should be some sort of stop, what is that, identify where it came from, why it's going off, right? Let's see what this crew did.
This chime only sounded at the flight engineer position, and because the pilots were in the front of the cockpit and wearing their headsets, they didn't hear it.
A lot of the safety and comforts that we enjoy in modern aviation came at the sacrifice of blood of other people. Eastern 401 no different. Audio from that horn, just as Green Dot said, aft flight engineer panel speaker. Not up front, not through the headsets. They're below 10,000 feet. They are on headset, right? They're talking to each other. It's loud. They got their headsets on. They're dealing with, if the hellhole door is open, it's probably getting extra volume. The flight engineer is not even at the flight engineer station. He's down in the hellhole. Altitude deviation alarm goes off. Currently rolling out major change to infrastructure might temporarily affect the tracker and new connections. All right, we're fine. But yeah.
The flight engineer himself was down below in the avionics bay. And Donadeo, the technician in the cockpit, not being a pilot or flight engineer, couldn't be expected to understand the significance of the chime. So, the only audible warning that something was not right went unnoticed. Some L1011s had a light that flashed to accompany the oral alert, but Eastern Airlines had disabled this on their L1011s when the aircraft was less than 2,500 feet above the ground. Another chance to alert the pilots had been missed.
I wonder why that was made. A fleet commonality thing. They don't want extra lights flashing below 2,500 feet. I can't, for just out of my own perspective, I don't know why that would be a good idea, other than that you don't want your crew distracted below 2,500 feet with a flashing light. However, I feel like an AFCS warning of the altitude deviation panel, or AFCS, a light on the AFCS panel for an altitude deviation, I can't see how that would be a nuisance. Could it be something like landing inhibit, like Tyson is saying? Perhaps. But remember, landing inhibit is an Airbus thing from Airbus. Lockheed certified the airplane with that light flashing. Eastern chose that not to be an option on their aircraft. I don't know why. I really don't have the answer to that one.
The pilots could be forgiven for thinking that the plane was still being flown by the autopilot. They were new to the L1011, and in previous aircraft they had flown, the autopilot was either on or off. It didn't have a grey zone called control wheel steering mode, where the pilots effectively steered the plane on autopilot through the control column. This limited understanding of the autopilot was widespread among pilots at the time, not least because Eastern Airlines forbade them from using the control wheel steering mode. As far as the crew of Flight 4's...
That answers the CWS thing we talked about earlier. CWS is not authorized. We're not going to teach it. Don't use it. Stay out of it. Except there's a problem because we don't know if the aircraft is going from command mode to CWS mode because there's no oral alert.
01 were concerned. The L1011's autopilot was more complicated than those that preceded it, but it was pretty much an on or off system. Now, the crew were losing their patience. The first officer commented that if it weren't for this problem, they could have landed on time.
They probably weren't.
After
one
much
DSC,
trying,
they probably weren't.
They finally gave up. They were sure that it was just the light that was faulty, and not the landing gear itself. The light test switch had shown that the bulb didn't work. The solution to all their problems would come when the flight engineer came up from the hellhole and confirmed that he could see the locking mechanism in place. And right at that moment, Repo popped his head up from the cockpit floor. But he had bad news. He couldn't see the nose wheel mechanism through the viewing window. It was too dark. Donadeo asked if the wheel well lights were on. They weren't. Captain Loft switched them on and told Repo to go have another look.
Turn on the wheel well lights, baby.
The flight engineer went back down the ladder, and this time he was joined by Donadeo, leaving only Loft and Stockstill in the cockpit. The aircraft was now descending through 1,200 feet. Time was running out. By this point, the National Airlines flight with the gear problem had landed without incident. The approach controller was then free to direct his attention back to Eastern 401. But when he did, he noticed something odd. On his radar screen, the flight now appeared to be at an altitude of just 900 feet.
So
Instead of the 2,000
ATC is
feet
now picking
he had
up on
told
the
it to
altitude
maintain.
deviation. He's out there west of Miami over the Everglades. There was actually a big fire out there last week. We flew over. It's pretty gnarly. Remember, Everglades, all black, nighttime, moonless. I don't know if it was moonless, but not. There's the Everglades are darker than the sky at some points. You know, so it's like you can't even, if you look down, you look up. There's really no differentiating where the horizon is. So just another thing to throw in the situation.
This was 1972 though, and this type of radar was still in its infancy. It was far from unheard of for a controller to see transient inaccurate readings. The controller believed that this was one of those moments. In order to confirm whether 900 feet was indeed the plane's real altitude, he would have to wait until the radar swept past the plane a second or even third time to see if it gave the same reading. But in the meantime, just in case, the controller radioed the pilots, saying, "Eastern 401, how are things coming along out there?" Captain Loft, having sent the flight engineer down a second time, this time with the wheel well lights on, believed that he would soon get confirmation that the gear was down and locked. As such, he asked the controller if the flight could turn around and come back in to land. At this stage, he was now 20 nautical miles from the airport. The controller instructed the flight to turn left heading south, and the pilots complied, twisting the heading select knob to 180 degrees. Now descending through just 700 feet, the plane began its turn. Satisfied that the pilots seemed not to be having any other issues, the controller surmised that the altitude showing on his scope was just a glitch. With that, he went back to dealing with the other aircraft under his control. He didn't
Another
see
opportunity
the next
missed.
radar sweep, which showed that Flight 401 was still very much in a descent. If he had asked the pilots specifically about their altitude, he would have discovered their mistake. But the vagueness of the phrase,
Another
"how are
opportunity
things coming
missed."
along there," meant that this clarification never happened. Now, in yet another cruel twist, physics was about to work against Flight 401. When a plane turns, the lifting force that the wings produce is no longer directed fully upwards. Some of it gets pointed sideways. This means
Very apparent in the 737 now that I'm flying an actual airplane again. Anytime you're level, you're trimmed out, I start to turn, I'm hand flying, what do you got to do? Trim reel. Got to move that trim up, right? Because as you bank, the horizontal component of lift decreases, or actually increases, the vertical component of lift decreases, nose wants to come down, you got to trim. As you roll wings level, guess what? Trim back the other way, right? So this is, if you private pilots, Bill's Mafia, you guys out there doing flight training, you're aware of this. When you do the steep turn maneuver, right? What's the first thing you do once you set power, roll into the steep turn? Give 2 swipes of the trim wheel. If your instructor's not teaching you that, then I'm teaching you that right now, and try that, and you'll probably be amazed. Just do 2 full swipes of the trim wheel. Boom, boom. Keep the nose right where you want it to be. Come all the way around. Same thing applies. Doesn't matter if you're flying a 172 or L1011. Aerodynamics are the same in that the core aerodynamics are the same in this scenario. So we're already low altitude, and we're going to start a roll.
that the total amount of force pointing upwards
Could it be the
reduced.
nail in the coffin?
But the weight of the plane is still fully pointed down. What this means is that during a turn, the force of gravity pulling a plane down is stronger than the force of lift in the upwards direction. If the pilots were flying manually, or if the autopilot was holding an altitude, they would have corrected for this by pulling back slightly on the control column. Of course, Loft and Stockstill didn't do this, because they thought that their autopilot was doing the flying,
No trim,
keeping them
no
nicely
trim
at
sounds.
2,000 feet. So, As Flight 401 began banking to the left, its initially shallow descent now started to steepen. The roughly 1,000 feet per minute it had been doing now began to increase towards 3,000 feet per minute. The clock was now ticking even faster. The pilots were oblivious to the fact that they were now on a collision course with the ground. One piece of equipment which could have alerted the pilots to this is called a ground proximity warning system. However, these were not mandatory in 1972, so as advanced as the L1011 was, this plane didn't have one. So, unaided by anything but their basic instruments, the pilots had just seconds to see the gravity of their situation. And less than 20 seconds after starting the turn, First Officer Stockstill did see something. The alt annunciator light, which told them that the altitude hold function
Not
was
illuminated.
engaged, was no longer illuminated. For the first time since the go-round at Miami, he looked at his altimeter. To his shock, he saw that he was no longer at 2,000 feet, but just a few hundred feet.
Didn't have GPWS, hard to come. Jeep wasn't part of the thing back then, Devin. That's the thing, right? This is where we enjoy all these modern creature comforts of aviation and all these safety advancements. We stand as modern airline pilots today, myself included. We stand on the shoulders of giants who came before us in the true pioneering days and who have, in some cases, given their lives, sacrificed their lives, either, intentionally or unintentionally, in terms of safety and advancements. No GPWS. Now, what also blows my mind, Devin, so now we have eGPWS, the Enhanced JPWS, which is basically a database of terrain, which will give you even further warning. I started my new operator. It's not on all of the aircraft. Some of our oldest 737 Block 1 Alphas, they do not have the enhanced part of GPWS. And I thought that was crazy. We still have JPWS, but we don't have eGPWS. But back then, they didn't have anything.
And descending rapidly. Stockstill couldn't believe what he was seeing. "We did something to the altitude," he said. "What? We're still at 2,000, right?"
Not a good conversation
The
to
pilots
have.
couldn't process what was happening. Their plane wasn't even remotely doing what they thought it was. "Hey, what's happening here?" shouted the captain.
What are the phrases I always say that whenever you hear that, it's not a good thing? I've got another podcast about this, happened to me recently. What's going on? What is that? What's happening? Anytime there is a what's happening here, or what is that, that is red flag number one that you need to be immediately trying to regain situational awareness of where you are at your position in space and time in the aircraft. Anytime you hear someone say that, or you say it to yourself, whether you're a private pilot, student pilot, or an airline pilot, that should trigger a red flag in your own mind. Hey, I need to regain SA now.
The radio altimeter, which detects the plane's height above the ground, beeped 6 times, as both pilots hauled back on their control columns. But it was too late. At 18 minutes to midnight, travelling at over 360 kilometers per hour, Flight 401 smashed into the Florida Everglades to the west of Miami International Airport. 94 passengers died, along with both pilots. Incredibly, flight engineer Donald Repo and technician Angelo Donadeo survived.
How did he survive
Repo
from the
succumbed to
wheel
his injuries in hospital in the days after the crash.
That's right.
In all, 75 people on board survived, although many sustained serious injuries. The crash of Flight 401 was the most deadly single air accident in US history at the time, and the first crash of a wide-body airliner. After analysing the flight data and cockpit voice recorders, it didn't take long for investigators to piece together why the plane had started descending from 2,000 feet. But the real mystery, and the thing that made this accident so terrifying, was the much bigger question of why the pilots didn't realise that they were descending. The answer to that question was the final missing jigsaw piece, and its ramifications are still felt on every commercial flight today. A series of changes swept through the aviation world in the wake of the accident, including the mandatory inclusion of a ground proximity warning system on all passenger jets.
There we go.
And more.
We're talking about JPWS. You can thank this crew.
or clear audio-visual alert when an aircraft has deviated from its selected altitude, and bulletins from airlines to their L1011 pilots, warning them about the dangers of accidentally bumping the control column. In addition to this, it has since become mandatory for air traffic controllers to inform pilots of any significant altitude deviation clearly. But the biggest change to the world of aviation since this crash wasn't technical at all, but interpersonal. As it turned out, there was nothing wrong with the aircraft all along, apart from the blown bulb. But the captain, as commander of the flight, allowed his entire crew's attention to be directed towards this bulb for 4 straight minutes. During this period, not a single person in the cockpit was carrying out what is always the most important function, flying the plane. As a result, the crash of Eastern Flight 401 paved the way for the introduction of a concept known as cockpit resource management.
So we were talking
the
about
predecessor of what today is called crew resource management, as it extends to the cabin crew as well. A key component of crew resource management is the clear separation of duties in the cockpit and the delegating of tasks among crew members during both normal and abnormal situations.
Yes, you're right, Lone Dread.
How this would have looked on board Flight
And
401
Dynasty.
is that
Modern day air traffic control, you can hear it. You get the low altitude alarm.
one of the pilots would have ignored the issue with the bulb and simply flown the aircraft, while the other tried to fix it. The introduction of CRM into cockpits the world over throughout the 1980s and 1990s has coincided with a substantial reduction in air crashes. Pilots are now more aware of their role in the overall system, and of the uniquely human threats that can arise on a flight. No story about the crash of Eastern 401 is complete without a mention of the alleged ghost sightings by Eastern Airlines crew members of the captain and flight engineer on board other Eastern Airlines aircraft after the accident. However, the real legacy of this flight is the thousands of lives that have been saved by crew resource management since its introduction in the years following the accident.
So, let me get a new window view here. Rebind this. Gosh, it's always tough. Always tough when we get to the end of those. We know there's loss of life involved. Thank you, Mix, for the 13 Canadian, my man. I appreciate you. Very kind, my friend. Let me go ahead and make sure everything is doing what it's supposed to be doing. Fuel is beautiful. Temps are beautiful. How much fuel we got? 57.9. We're looking good. How's our flight plan? We're looking good. Probably getting ready to TOD here pretty soon. How do I hide these? I thought you could hide these now. Anybody remember? There we go. Boom. Click on them. Hide them. Wow. Look at the beautiful cloud formations we got out there and everything. Oh, lightning coming out of that one. What's that remind you of? Migs, thank you for the 13.99 Canadian. It says, what blows my mind about this crash? 2 things. 1, just 4 minutes from go around to crash. And 2, how such an experienced flight crew failed to check their instruments at the time until it was too late. Agree with you, man. So the thing, though, that, I want people to understand is that at the time of this, it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, well, they weren't doing CRM, or they weren't doing this, or what, who's flying the jet. You have to think of the time that they were flying in. That wasn't really the norm. It wasn't it wasn't the norm. And the norm was the captain is in control. The captain will delegate responsibility. And he was doing just that. You could even argue that the crew would have been, well, it wouldn't even be an argument, but you could say they would have been better off if they had neglected their duties to investigate and try to troubleshoot and just land. If they would have assumed that, oh, it's just a bulb, let's just come back around and land, right? If they would have neglected their duties, probably everybody would have survived. But because of their experience and because of the attitude to not disregard their duty as flight crew members, they were doing everything they could to make sure it wasn't something so simple and just a bulb. But they wanted to verify it because that is what their duty was. Now, it's obviously a tragedy, and obviously looking back as a Monday morning quarterback, yeah, they should have just said, oh, it's just a bulb, let's just land it, risk it. But what happens if it wasn't? Say it wasn't a bulb. So say they did that and then the nose gear collapsed, they went off the end of the runway, and now what? You know, now they're going to be held liable. So you gotta look at it from the perspective of the time period that this happened in 1972. But because of this accident, we now have GPWS, we had CRM. There's actually more stuff with altitude alerting, with air traffic control, obviously with the alerting system of the aircraft now, right? So a lot of things took that one accident, a lot of things changed to make aviation way safer, right? It's way safer now. But you're absolutely right. I mean, there was nobody flying the aircraft. So who's flying the jet? And even though the captain was delegating, at the very least, you know, if you have to pick up that football and play Monday morning quarterback, should have been like, okay, my aircraft, I'm flying the jet. Rico or Repo, go downstairs, check it out. Stog still, try to get that bulb replaced. I'm going to sit here and fly the jet, talk to air traffic control. But that also wasn't the norm, right? So it's tragic all the way around. Most advanced aircraft of its time, what brought it down was a friggin' 20-cent light bulb. Just an indicator light, you know? And what would have happened if the wheel well light was on when he sent the flight engineer down there the first time, right? Maybe it would have saved everybody because he would have seen it that, oh yeah, it's down and locked, it's just the bulb. But all those little things added up. Boom, 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 boom. And that was it. Man, what a light show we're getting out there. What if I turn the wing light on? Actually, let's turn the logo light on and the wing light on. I'm curious. Yeah, maybe not the wing light. But if we keep the logo light on, that's a cool view there. I love the double beacon up top. Push it up, push it way up. Yep, Delta 191, indeed. True, Migs, we're looking back through a different lens. Hindsight and progress is 2020. You're absolutely right, man. Absolutely right. The ticking stopwatch. The ticking stopwatch. Oh, the ghost of 401? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole nother thing about the ghost of Flight 401, too. Which apparently is legit. People have really experienced some crazy stuff. How far out are we? So I can't believe this conga line on IFAO. My goodness. We have 1, 2, 3. Still got a Learjet up there. 4. So I'm 5. No. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that career track 69? He's right behind us. 9, 10, 11. We've got 11 people in the conga line going into Kai Tech, my goodness. And we've got another 727 coming in from RP. Where's that, Manila? Crazy lineup for Hong Kong tonight. Let's see. Hey, career track 69. What's your total distance to Kai Tech? Vodka, did you take the Learjet long range, or did you take the base one?
Repeat for me.
What's your distance to Kai Tech? V1, do you recommend getting ATP, CTP before going to the airlines? Captain ACQ, thank you, man, for tuning in. It depends. It really depends on the market, man. Is it going to hurt you? No. Can it be?
17 nautical miles.
I'm sorry, did you say 617?
316.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so we're about 250 miles out, or getting close to it. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt you, but it may not help you as much as you want, you know? That's going to come, it's also expensive, right? So your first airline will give you an ATP, but to be competitive in this market, and, you know, some guys are thinking about, you know, doing the ATP transition. It's a tough one because, like I said, it may not do as much as you want it to. I'm trying to get our panel lighting situation all set up here. All right. We need to plan. I need to turn down this thing. How do we dim? Does this thing? That's TCAS range. How do we dim this thing down here? Instrument lights. Utility light. Ooh. Transition from British. This may take longer than 6 to 7 minutes. They're doing some stuff on Iveo, some updating. If you're outside the U.S. though, yeah, outside. Are you outside the U.S., Captain ACQ? Inside and outside the U.S. is going to be completely different as well. Engine instrument lights, center console lights, upper left dial. Oh, I didn't even see that. There it is. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have a floodlight. Do we have a floodlight on somewhere? It's this one. Nope. Panel lights. Do we have a floodlight on? Ooh, center pedestal light. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, you know what? Flight engineer floodlight. Gosh, there's so many lights back here. Oh, there we go. We'll turn up the instrument lights, panel lights. Floodlight off. What's this light here? Desk utility light. Oh my gosh, I love having all these lights. There we go. Look at that cockpit, man. We don't really need this overhead flood. We'll just have it cracked. All right. We can turn the glare shield down a little bit as well. I need the annunciator light. So we have an annunciator light dim switch. Instrument comparator. Is there an annunciator dim light? Annunciator auto manual? No. I need annunciator lights. Yeah, that's a storm to the left, man. The sky has been pretty wild, hasn't it? Seen a lot of lightning out there. I'll park you right here. So we're about 250 out. We're ready to start. Yeah, Steven, what's up, man? You're back. We're just getting ready to start top of descent. I'm going to hit the lav one more time, 2 minutes, as we approach our final preparation. And we got to get the charts out for Kai Tech as well. And we're going to have to figure out how to hold, and we're going to probably have to get some waypoints ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to go hit the lav, and I'll be right back, 2 minutes. And we need to get the coordinates for a bunch of different waypoints. Be right back. All right. Fire handle number 2 pool. Migs, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Hey, don't get too caught up on those lights. Hey, yay. Thank you, Migs. Appreciate you, man. Captain ACQ says, I'm in the U.S. about 800 hours, but I heard Envoy requires it. Oh, okay. So I figured just get it done with, but I'm hoping the airlines, I probably don't get mad that I didn't do it through them. No, they're not going to get mad that they don't care who you did it through, Captain ACQ. So if Envoy requires it, knock it out, man. It's no, it's not going to hold you back with other operators. All right. Zippy, yes, I did get the alert. So Miss V1 did make it home all right. So 7 minutes ago, she's locked in and loaded. So Miss V1 is home safe. We need to make sure we get home safe, and we got to prepare for this flight. So this is not MD-11 plug it in the FMS situation. We need to figure out a couple different things here. I need to know, first off, what waypoints we have imported or we're going to be importing here. It stops at Whiskey. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to look at the sky vector of this, and I'm going to start getting some manual some manual waypoints for this approach. There's a DME that we need, or an NDB station that we need as well coming in here. Okay, so this has us coming up Dulop, Dummel, has us Dummel, and then Whiskey is in there somewhere, but we don't know where that is. Alright, so I need to do my own waypoints here. Isn't the Chuang Chuang NDB CC, that's part of it? We don't have CC. I need to get Chuang Chuang and Sky Vector and find the coordinates or the NDBs, and we're going to have to navigate manually. I also need to find my charts. We're 6 to 7. I'll be holding at CH at 12,000, less than people in cab passing behind. Okay, Zippy, so that's a good point. For those of us that are going to be on this arrival, man, it's pitch black out there in front of us. We want to make sure we stack the NDB 1,000 feet apart. If you're going to wait for people to come in, Zippy, may I suggest holding higher than 12K? Maybe hold at like 16. That way we can stack below you before we get to the VOR, perhaps. Let me find, I'm looking right now for my chart. I'll share it with you guys. I should have it here somewhere. I always forget where I put it on my computer. I've got a Kitech approach chart. I really should just put it on my desktop because it'd be handy to have. Here it is. Alright, this is what we need. That's not what we need. Oh, great, now there it is. All right. How can I share this on screen with us? All right, Zippy's going to hit it at 16. So, if you're going to be going inside of Zippy, we need to make sure we're crossing Calverton below, or not Calverton. What is it? Shuang Shuang CC below 16,000.
That's a phrasing I've ever heard.
So you know what, Zippy? There's a hold on, I can only do one thing at a time here. Properties, image IGS13. So Jalto, Philadelphia, 27 right, I believe. That fix, can you guys see that? The whole thing used to be a Jenny, and because pilots are retarded, we not me, people used to say things like we're inside of Jenny, we're on top of Jenny. A female controller in Philly got upset with that, so they changed the final approach fix from Jenny to Jalto. Yeah. All right, so this is what I'm looking at. Shuang Shuang is a VOR DME at 112.3. Let's go ahead and tune that in right now, 112.3, so we'll have that ready to go. That's going to be our first fix. I'd like to actually manually load that too. So 112.3, there's going to be an NDB down here that we need to tune as well. NDB Gulf 360, NDB Shallow Wan is 268. I don't think we have the Gulf NDB in the sim though, right? So we have Shallow Wan. Where's the frequency for Gulf NDB? Let's put Shallow Wan 268 in there. 6, 8 NDB. I believe that's on 268. Golf NDB is gone. Okay, good. So we don't have to worry about that. So we've got that set. What is this? This is another frequency? A VHF. We don't need to worry about VHF. Alright, we're standing by. We don't need that. We'll leave it as is. Alright, so I'm half tempted to go direct to CH. Is Golf in Sky Vector? I don't think it is. No, it's not. So I don't have the lat long for the Golf NDB. We're not picking up 12.3. 270 for 7 miles. We could just manually do this. So let me get the lat long for 112.3. So we'll hide that for now. What I might do is we might navigate off the other FMS here. I'm actually going to reprogram my own box, I think. So CH. Just want CH and then the field, I guess. But I don't have a lat long to the field, except I bet you the lat long is on our OFP here.
That A300 on the bridge.
VHHX not found. Alright, so really? Yeah, that's still the old airport. So, not en route. Gosh, I didn't want to do that. OFP.
95.
I turn on my utility light. Oh my gosh, look at this. That's so cool. Can use the utility light to light up our flight plan. I got VHHX lat longs right here. Okay, so that we're going 8 to 9. I'm gonna let this do its auto import. Does it auto import on this side as well? No, it doesn't. Okay, so perfect. Let's use our secondary INS for this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just using Sky Vector. I got the lat long off the CH VOR. And the lat long is going to be located at north 2213 decimal 1. Insert east 114.01 decimal 8. Insert. Waypoint 2 will be Kai Tak Airport. You got a WASM while flying? What? Prodigious? What airport were you in, man? Prodigious, really? You got a WASM? And what airplane? Do you have chase plane? It's probably chase plane. That's 2 we've lost. We need to be north 2219.0. Insert east 114.122. Ah, what was it? 114.122. East 114.122. Insert. That's waypoint 2. So now if I go track change 01, insert distance time is 187 miles on a desired track of 353. I think I just picked up, just picked it up. 186 miles out, which, look at that, it tracks 185. You were in the A340, tried to load up the approach, and she crashed on me. Oh, dude, you know what? The freaking loading up this airport in the modern FMSs can be a problem. That is such a bummer, dude. Man, I'm sorry. We lost another good one, chat. Another good one down. I can't believe you had it in the A340. I didn't realize... Oh, I just moved my trim. I didn't realize the 340 had WASMs like that, dude. You can't load it up from a save state anywhere? I was looking forward to seeing that 340 make it. So what we could do now is we could come off of INS nav. Since we're 178 miles, we go into conventional nav. I like that plan. We'll leave our box the same. So I'm going to switch to heading momentarily. Heading mode. And now we're going to switch to radio. And we're going to center the course line. And we're going to track VOR. Radio nav, VOR, altitude hold mode is on. We are tracking. Let's go ahead and increase our Mach a little bit. Let's pick up the speed. So yeah, see if you can't. It should have autosave. I thought I thought Prodigist. I thought it would have that. You've never had a WASM on you? It was the first one. Prodigist. Oh, man, you know I had my first ever WASM in the PMDG 7.3 yesterday. Could it be Sim Update 5 causing issues? I don't know. I don't know, man. That's such a bummer, dude. Alright, landing perf. Let's go ahead and sync this. Landing elevation, 15. Dry, anti-skid on. Calculate. Right now, we're looking at a VAP of 156 coming across the board there. 156 with a VREF of 151. We need 7,000 feet to land. Alright, so that is set. Landing data has been set. Last thing I want to look at now is our actual TOD. So if we're 100, now this is where you got to be careful. I don't know if this is intended or not. This is off of our INS still. This is a DME we need to pay attention to. So we're 160 miles out. I want to cross it. I want to plan to cross it at 12,000. So we're at 340. We'll want to cross it at 12. We'll multiply 22 times 3, which is 66. Let's call it 70. So no later than 70 miles out. We're also probably going to need to slow down. So in between 80 miles-ish, we should slow down. So that'll be 12,000. We'll set 12,000 here in a minute. And now what I'm tempted to do is I'm tempted to switch over our INS waypoints. You can see they keep switching over. That looks good. But right now, from waypoint 1, we're 153 miles. What I could do to get distance to the airport, we could do track change 02, insert. We're 157 miles from the airport, and we are, that checks out. About 5 miles north of that VOR is Kai Tak Airport. It's pretty close by. We want to intercept the 270 radial outbound for 7 miles, then a right turn to found at 4,500. Our DA, our decision altitude, we should be, before we hit the checkerboard, outer marker, we got to be at 1762. should set 3,000 feet as an altitude, or well, just for baro ref or just for alert height. Let's spin this up. Tom or Tom M2430, thank you for the $2 super chat. Look at me, I'm a 2-striper. Hey, welcome in, Tom. Thank you for the support, my man. Appreciate you. Glad to have you on board with your second stripe, my friend. JJ, they have to make the modules bigger. What? WASM crashes are caused by sudden sim input module overload. That sounds like something Chaseplane would increase. Does Chaseplane increase sim module inputs? I don't know. I don't want to knock on any wood around here, but I feel like the more gentle you are with the stuff that you put in the sim, the better off you are. Wow, I can actually see that guy's nav lights up there. Rusty, what's up? I had a few WASMs in the 343, but the autosave feature worked great, and I picked up nearly where I left off. All right, Rusty. Awesome. Thrust said, isn't Aerosoft 340 has autosave? I don't know. Do they both have autosave? Protogist will let us know. It's the jankiest Obo input WASM module. Interesting. Well, I will say, the WASM I had on the PMDG yesterday, that's the first WASM crash I've ever had in 2024. So, I don't know if they changed something, but hopefully it doesn't affect us on this flight. That was the first one I ever had, and I think it was, I thought it was livery related. We were outside, we were clicking that panel outside, causing issues. We've stepped it up to 8.3 Mach. We're 131 miles out. I'm going to check the web eye. See how far out everybody is. It looks like we got people on the approach now. Yeah, the Learjet's on the approach. There's a 727 that went straight in. Learjet, Vodka's going in now. Who's HFY 122? Oh no, that's someone from Singapore. Wow, someone flew up from Singapore. There's Cathay 784. Who am I behind? Cal. Gia. Alright, so I'm going to pick it up. Who's right behind me? Career Track 69. We're going to space him out. Yeah, I joined halfway. You're HFY 122? Alright, man. Well, welcome to the show. Yeah, you're looking good for spacing. Everyone looks good. So if you are Cathay 2095, you need to slow down a little bit. I'm looking at the WASM, or not the WASM, the web eye. I'll maintain 8.3 Mach. Career Track 69, you're right behind me. If you could pull it back to like 7.9, we'll get a little spacing in. And then we've got Cathay 991. It's another L1011. You're right behind the 777. 991 needs to pull it back a couple decimals. And then the MD-11, all Italia, you're looking good. You're spaced out great. You're bringing up the rear end. So we only have two groups of planes that are spaced. Or that are tight. It's Cathay 2095 and Career Track 69, who's behind me. And I'm going to do 8.3 Mach. Whoever's leading the pack, Cal 12, maintain your max forward speed all the way in. You're looking good. On V1 approach. Yeah, is everybody on, Freak? I can do, here, listen up. Cathay 784, proceed direct Charlie, Charlie, maintain max forward airspeed, 8.3 Mach. Cal 12, 777, I don't know what Cal is.
I'm Career Track 69, I'm going to slow to 0.7.
Cal 12, maintain Mach 8.3 or better. GIA 954, maintain Mach 8.2. CPA 25, reduce speed, maintain Mach 7.8. I'm going to maintain my speed for now. Career Track 69, reduce speed, maintain 7.8 Mach. Cathay 991, reduce speed, maintain 7.8 Mach. Cathay 123, maintain Mach 8.2. 742, Giant 85, Giant 852. Maintain Mach 79. And Alitalia 1774. Maintain present speed. If everyone does those speeds, we'll be fine. Approaching 100 miles out. Plan to cross at 12 thou. P. Curso, $2 super chat. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, my man. He says, how's the autopilot working on this thing? So far, so good, except not with Bruner. Bruner and this airplane do not get along, but I have my workarounds. Yeah, I have my workarounds. Read my flight plan remarks on the web from Mick Oatmeal. What are your flight plan remarks? What are you, Career Track 69? Oh, I have to log in to see remarks. I'm not logged in, I guess. I cannot believe how many planes we have going into Tech on IVEO. Man, Hong Kong is going to be wild tonight, brother. Oh, GIA is Indonesia? Awesome. Elena Zane, welcome to the chat. Are you flying? Are you sneaking around there, Elena Zane? Are you Indonesia? Welcome on board. 96 miles. I'm going to start trickling down. I tell you what. How do I make it go in thousands of feet? Maybe we should make... We need to stack them at 1,000 apart. I'm going to set 12 for now. $12,000. 91 miles out. If I go to thrust management mode, what are you going to do on me? You're part of VNAV, but I don't want that. I'm going to go vertical speed. I'll turn the auto throttle off. And we're going to start trickling down. 1,000 feet per minute. We'll watch that. Seatbelt sign. No smoking. For cinematic purposes, let's get the wing lights on early so we can see. Man, the cabin is completely dark. I know you can change that. Can you change it like that? Oh, that is so cool. Hey, that's my favorite cabin lighting. I don't need a flight attendant panel. Just give me that, just give me that little slider. That's all I need. I didn't get to look at the cabin, see if there's any special customs. Thrust set. Yeah, I do use it, but for some reason, it's not taking it. I think I have to be in 1,000, I think I have to be in 1,000 mode, not the 100 mode. Oh yeah, let's check out the hellhole real quick. I'm just pulling my power set. Let's come back to about 440 on the thrust. Is the hellhole in? Oh, it's not modeled. Bummer. Ah, no hellhole for us. But there is the man. We didn't do a whole lot of touring on this flight. I do love the crew lounge. I mean, I love this airplane. Who's this? I got some Gucci watches. Hey, where's Turkaren at? It's a big watch guy. We need to get, yeah, we do need to get the projector screen working. We'll do this for the next one. The only reason I really like the window view for Green Dot is because we could see out the window, you know what I'm saying? Alright, let's go ahead and roll that in there. 2,000 feet a minute. Power's coming down. You're here trying to sleep? Sorry, buddy. Alright, instrument floodlights off. A little bit of flood. That's nice. V3 Simulation Channel, Clandestine ATC and Podcast. I'm the coach and I'm subbing myself in. Thank you, Migs. Appreciate the 6 Canadian, dude. Thank you so much, my man, for the support. Did you rotate the knob to altitude? Yes, I did. I did, Thruster, yes. But I thought there was a way to change this. Like, do you push it in? Or do you click here? I don't know. Norm. I don't know. I thought it used to work, Thruster. BKG, we took off from Bali. The cabin seems really bright. Well, they're doing their service. They're doing the cleanup. This is where they turn all the lights on to do. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have begun our initial descent into Hong Kong. The flight attendants will be coming through the alley right now, collecting all remaining service items. We do ask that you remain seated and get your seatbelts fastened as we prepare for our final descent. Thank you. Please stow all portable electronic devices, and if you're using an iPad with an attachable keyboard, please detach the keyboard in preparation for landing. Thank you. That's why we got the lights on bright, dude. Joe Plains, Mr. Chicago. What's going on, brother? He says, trip report. I know. Next stream, trip report, dude. I'll make a thing of it. I'm excited, Joe Plains. We'll do it for the next stream, brother. We'll do it for the next stream. V4 Sim channel. He's the purser. 70s passengers are like, what? It's an iPad. Oh, Rusty, you're right, man. You're right, dude.
Contact traffic, car fly 122 heavy, currently IGS 13, 10.7 miles, check it forward. Check back.
I feel like, do I have to turn this up for volume? All right, our INS is...
Roger, heading on high fly 122, we broke out at 45.
I want to turn auto. I want to clear import. And what I want to do is go waypoint 1. And we're going to reset. We're going to go...
Air 954, you want to pick?
Yeah, this is Indonesia 954.
I don't want to do it to a current waypoint. Let's go ahead and make it waypoint 5.
We're currently 280 now, slowing down.
North
250.
131, insert east 11401.
We're holding 250.
8 east, insert. So that is the field on waypoint 5. So let's go track change 05, insert. Look at that. Beautiful. And I'll put this on...
Cathay 991 might need a little bit more spacing on the aircraft built in front of you.
Waypoint 1. So we'll do track change 01. Insert. 37 miles from the VOR, 41 miles from the field. We're looking good. So now this distance is to the field. This is to the VOR. All right, we'll go ahead and dim the cabin now for landing. Floodlights off. Kaitac traffic, Cathay 357 heavy at a flight level 210, descending across Shuangshuang 12,000, currently 34 miles from Shuangshuang VOR. How are we looking on our spacing? Look at that, we're lined up like rockets. Somebody go to the look at this. I'm posted right here. We are lined up like daggum rockets, man. You guys are awesome. My goodness.
Can I get a radio check for Cathay 346?
Loud and clear. We are lined up like freaking rockets going into Kaitac tonight. My Air Force JROTC commander felt like the L1011 was the greatest airline I ever produced. The 720 because
Thank you.
yeah, man.
346 is Proud to report we're back from the Wasm crash.
Hey, welcome back on board, brother. All right, in preparation for landing. All right, fuel check. Let's turn all these on. Starting to burn a little bit more of the centers. Cabin temps, everything looks good.
Traffic, by 122 is
Nice and
2
toasty,
miles,
75
final,
degrees.
13,
Alright, flight engineer panel looks good. Over the top. Floodlights are off. Let's go auto brake. Medium, we'll have to arm that.
Traffic for track 69.
Once the gear
Boeing
down, right?
7 Whiskey, we're
Once the gear down.
14,200. We're going to cross that Chengchao at 8,000 IGS.
Which one's my floodlight that I had on over here?
traffic there, dynamic 12, currently crossing the front line at 8,000. Radio outbound 270.
20 miles out at a 15.8 for 12,000. Now we gotta make sure we arm it, so let's go ahead and start shallowing this descent. Oh, listen to that. I'm gonna reduce speed to 250. As long as we keep hitting Schwang VOR at the same altitude and same speed, everybody plan to cross Schwang at 250. All right, everyone cross Schwang at 250, and then reduce to 210 until Gulf, and then 180 as we go over the new the new Hong Kong. If we can all cross Schwang at 250, we'll maintain our spacing. Let's go 250. 210 after Schwang, and then 180 when you're over top of Hong Kong. I'm reducing to 250 knots now. Actually, no, I'll maintain 270 because we're still about 14 miles. Actually, yeah, we'll get ready to start slowing to 250.
Contact traffic, Indonesia 95 for heavy over Schwang at 8,250. Contact.
I gotta get flight recorder up. Make sure this is ready to go.
Traffic, because the 74 established on IGS 150. That's traffic.
All right. Recording is ready.
Cathay 2095 is going to be entering hold at Charlie Hotel. Your right hand turn is entering left orbit. 1.5 minutes. Keep that.
Drew Smith, my man, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, dude. Very, very kind. Appreciate you, brother. If you get a membership from Drew Smith, make sure you shout him out and say thank you, man. Really kind of you. Appreciate you turning the chat green. Man, we've had a lot of memberships tonight. We've had a lot of like buttons. You guys are awesome. Thank you all for the support, hanging out on a Sunday night stream here. All right, 250. We got to get ready to heading over to 270. Once we hit Schwang, it's heading 270. I'm slowing to 250. Shallow out that descent. Get ready for heading a 270. ADF is pointing up there. There we go. I'm going to forget, so let's get the lights on now. Now we're IMC. Great. Just what I like when I fly to Kai-Tak is flying IMC nighttime. 4 miles from the VOR. Speed 250 knots. Where's my chart? We're going to fly 270 radial until what? I don't know. Until Bering Gulf? What's the distance for that turn? Anybody know? Basically until we're bearing 360 off Sierra Lima. 360 bearing off Sierra Lima. Heading select in the turn. Kai-Tak traffic, Cathay 357 heavy over Schwang, turning left 270 at a 12,000, slowing to 210 knots. Kai-Tak. Prodigist, my man, thank you for the subs, dude.
Contact traffic, Indonesia 954 heavy over Boston 180. 210 scoop.
I appreciate the love, man. Thank you so much for the support. All right, I'm going to keep vertical speeding down to 10,000. All right, we're heading 270. I'm slowing to 210 knots. We got to be the 360 bearing. So right now we're on the 305 bearing from the VOR. Continue to slow, continue descent, 10,000. Altitude's not going to be too much of a concern here. Shallow one, we could go all the way down to 4,500. We need 6,000 to cross the other VOR, so I'll set 6,000. 6,000 is set. We actually need to be, should be on radial 270, which we are pretty close, right?
Yeah, I don't have an actual wind for you, sorry.
We got to come a little bit left. We're a little bit tight.
Thank you.
Maintain eye on our bearing here, NDB bearing. We're at the 320. We're not going to start the turn until 360 bearing. Continue to slow. We're going to get ready to get slats out here. It's getting real busy. Thank you, Prodigious, to celebrate from the WASM, brother. Thank you so much for the support, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, man. Starting to get super busy right now. Very kind. They love the support, man. All right, we're going to come all the way back. Let's get the slats out. Position 1, please. Slats are coming out. Flaps 4. Sounds are coming up. Landing cam is coming on. Look at that view. I think we're a little bit tight to the swang. There's 360. Let's go ahead and start turning outbound. We need to tune in the freaking localizer. 111.9 now. 111.9.
Tech traffic for track 69 heavy at 8,000, turning outbound on the 270.
So we're tight in. We're a little out of position. That's okay though. We're catching up to it. What is the course line? What is the final course line? 088 is what we're looking for on the course line. 06, 07. Too fast. All right, there's 210. I'm over Kitech, so I need to be at 180. All right, 088 on the course line. Back to heading mode. Flaps 10 coming out. All right, we're over over Hong Kong, 210 knots. They're slowing to 180 knots now. Keep that turn coming. We're looking to join the IGS 088 inbound. 180 knots over the Hong Kong, the new airport.
2784, short final, IGS 13.
We need to keep that rate of descent coming. Let's keep coming down 1,500 feet a minute. We'll set 4,000. Steven!
I just wanted to tell you good luck. We're all counting on you.
I just flew through the IGS trying to see Steven's message. Thank you so much, Steven. Appreciate you. Miggs, thank you for the 6 Canadian as well. I'm going to request swang emoji, but on second thoughts, I don't want what swang would look like. Thank you all for the support, man. That's got me at a tough time here. Appreciate all the support, both of you, Steven and Miggs. We need a swang emoji. All right, we're coming back to rejoin. We're coming back to rejoin the Loke. We flew through it a little bit there.
Traffic,
Cathay cabin is secure.
2020, 12,000, 250 knots, turning westbound on 270 heading.
All right. I think that wind did blow us a little bit more than anticipated. Auto throttle disconnect, that's me, that was me, so that's all right. I need this to recapture here. All right, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Loke, capture that sucker. Let's keep coming down, let's set 3,000. We need to pick up our descent here. We're above the slope. We can't see anything, man. All right, recording is on. Why is it always...
Flaps 14.
Always towards... we can't see anything.
Guys, I traffic at addition I-5 forward, 5 mile final, runway 13 Kitech.
You know what else I need ready is I need my yoke ready to take command of. The speed brake action. Does anybody have a screenshot? For one of you in those advanced airplanes, can you take a screenshot of the web eye of us coming in here if you can already? All right, I see where we're supposed to be. I see that we are high. I'm gonna go ahead and just take command of the aircraft. I'm gonna go ahead and click it all off. Maybe not yet. Can I do IIS hold? See if I can hustle down here. Let's go ahead and descend. I want 2,500 for cinematic purposes. I see where we need to be going. We are high though. I think we'll be all right though. 3,000 by the city lights. We should be good. I think we just flew somebody's wake.
Contact traffic, Indonesia 954 heavy, landing runway 13, contact.
Kitec traffic, Cathay 357 heavy has a 6.4 mile on the IGS 13 now. Kitec. Alright, there's the altitude cap for 2,500. Speed brake stowed. Hey Andre, what's up? Thanks for the $5 super chat. Been butter on the 7-3 lately. Can't imagine why. Thanks for the content as always. Andre, thank you so much for the support, man. Glad you're buttering, man. We did not butter our lap. Well, actually, we buttered our flaps 40, but we went too long on our last.
Traffic blue track 69 at 4,000 established on the IGS runway 13.
All right. Radio altimeter is alive. Autopilot disengage. My aircraft. Gear down. Flaps 18.
Flaps 18.
We're slowing up to 156.
Flaps 22.
Flaps 22 and
Flaps 33.
33. Oh man, those flaps actually look so good. That little vapor, did you guys see the vapor coming off of the wingtip? Alright, 156. Power, a little bit slow there. I forgot that flaps 33, man.
Contact traffic, Indonesia 954 heavy, clear for wave 13, like contact.
I see some of the reels. Are we a little bit right of course? I don't see the checkerboard. I'm going to stay on the look. I'm going to come back to the right here. I'm not seeing my checkerboard. I see the approach lights.
Contact traffic, Cathay 346 heavy is crossing the Schwang VOR beacon.
Alright, he's Schwang beacon inbound. We're on speed, gears down, flaps 30. Oh. Anti-skid is on. Auto brakes armed. I see the reels. I see the checkerboard. Let's go ahead and turn these off. Flight director's off. 1,000 feet, stable. A little bit high, a little bit high. Let's go ahead and drop it down. A little bit slow, correcting.
Contact traffic for drag 69 heavy 70 ME out for 13.
Just we got three whites. We're looking good. A little bit left of approach, correcting. I'm going to kind of cut this corner here just for this turn. Looking good. All right, crank it in.
Cathay 357, go around.
What? Why? Why? You trolling me? I don't see anybody on the runway.
Contact traffic, Cathay 123 heavy is going to break off the approach, head back to Schwang.
What? Did I cut someone off? Why is Cathay breaking off the approach? I might have clipped one.
That's your first reaction.
I want to get off the roadway. Let's go manual brakes. Get the beast slowed down here. Here we go. Let's make this turn off. Yeah, we're clear. Check the lights. We will. Okay. Cathay traffic. Cathay 357 clear of 13. Wait, did I cut him off, Vodka?
Cathay traffic, Cathay 2095, like at 18.
I'm paranoid after the green dot.
No, you didn't cut anybody off.
Flaps forward.
So you were trolling, Lloyd.
I just wanted to see if you go around.
Oh my gosh, what a troll. Nah, I've flown with you before. Look at that. The Iron Giant. I don't even know what our landing was, man. I was so focused on God controlling us.
Too hot to this 123.
Look at, I feel like they've increased the detail. Look at the detail of the flap fairings here. Hey.
Where do we send the repair bill for
Stephen.
the approach lights? Nice for a while.
Stephen King, thank you, man. Thank you so much, dude, for another $10 bank angle check. Bank angle check indeed, dude. Yeah, we're gonna need. I don't know. You guys think we clipped the lights? There's no way. There's no way we clipped the lights on that. I tell you what, I'm gonna keep the recording going until we get to the gate. Oh, look at this guy coming around. Here we go.
Cathay 2095, flying at 160 knots for traffic ahead.
Oh, he's right on it. I should have stayed. I shouldn't have corrected to the right. That was my problem. I corrected to the right, then we got real tight. Pete Ski, my goodness me, dropping 50 gifted subs. Pete Ski, you even lagged out my sim, brother. Thank you so much for a massive 50 sub bomb. That guy greased it. A 50 sub bomb from Pete Ski, man. Thank you so much for the support, dude. Very, very kind of you, man. Really appreciate the support. I'm gonna go. I want to save the recording right now, but I kind of want to get to the gate to do a cinematic parking job. Pete Ski, man, thank you so much, brother. Whoever that was that just flew in, they crushed it. That was perfect. He came right in, didn't overshoot, didn't undershoot. He greased it. We'll get up here. We'll park on the hill. AT Career Track is laying down the butter. He did. Was that Career Track 69? That was Mick Oatmeal. I think Career Track 69 greased that one.
Cathay traffic for track.
Yep.
59 and clear runway 13, taxi around.
Migs, thanks for another Canadian Super Chat. Says, don't clip a light, but that's a great place for a rooftop barber shop. Dude, we did. I'm actually a little nervous. Did we get that low? You guys are saying that. It did feel a little bit low. I saw 4 reds on final. Who's this guy? We got the Learjet. The Lear made it. Man, that's freaking cool. The Lear made it. All right, strobes off. Positions are on. Everything is good. I'm just going to pull up to the gate so I have it on replay, us pulling into the gate, because I always think that's kind of cool. We got everybody out on final, too. So Lear still had 1,500 pounds of fuel. Nice, dude. All right, we'll slow it down. Let's see. There's a 340 over there. Oh, should we go park next to our buddies? Now let's go to the gate. Let's go to the gate over here.
And contact traffic, Cathay 123 heavy.
Look at the
Going to
dimpling.
attempt to slap behind company's flight 784 back onto the approach. Contact approach.
There's the red flag right there. Hey, I'm going to attempt to slide back on the approach. Can't wait to see that one. Slide right into the approach lights. What was that, 440 on 7.6 Mach? Nice, dude. Well, that's cool that you took the long range Lear out. I have a hard time hearing that radio, but someone's, I think, 7 miles out, 13. We'll turn in right here.
Skytown traffic. Cathay 2095 is 7.5 miles away from the airfield. Falling in behind another traffic pretty close.
We'll take it. Oh, we'll take it to the second herb. A little more juice, just so I can have it on replay. Erp. Oh, prematurely. That's all right. Park brake is set. Replay stop. Replay save. I'm going to label this Kai TAC Epic L1011. Replay is saved. They can't stop us now, chat. All right, we'll leave our jet here. Let's go ahead and set ourselves. Look at the lineup. Look at the lineup of jets coming in. The story of my life right there. What's up, Water? All right, man, I didn't see the checkerboard till late, but I did see those reels. So there's the checkerboard over there.
Traffic, Cathay 991 heavy, 12 mile final.
All right, we're going to set it up right here. We're going to make sure our rotational speed is on maximum here, so we can keep up with the, there we go. All right. I feel like we need some Kai TAC music to play. Who's this? We've got a 7.4 classic feeless. That is a challenge right there. Look at it sliding out. To see, I think there's a little bit of right to left crosswind here. Feeless sliding out. Looking good. Definitely higher than I was. Is that Garuda? No. That's the Mahan Air? That is cool. I'm going to get some tunes up here. Wave off. No, I think that 7.4's got it. Oh yeah, they got it. The Feeless coming in here was one of the most challenging ever. Bringing the Feeless into Kai TAC is no joke. Let me get some Asian suspense music. Is that a...
Alright, that was juice.
Yeah, that was a little too textbook. Who was that? Is Asian suspense a...
And Indonesia,
it's Indonesian.
Turn on Alpha 9, Quebec.
What was that landing rate?
156.
Ooh. Lotus of Stillness. All right, who's next? Oh, geez, look at that. 340 coming in. Look at the stack of jets coming in here.
Did be cleared to land.
Oh, little left to
Cathay
right wobble.
346 Heavy is established on the instrument guidance system for runway 13. We'll be coming in right behind Zippy.
Nice. Zippy's down. A little long like me. We landed a little bit long because I got so distracted because Vodka decided to troll me, distract my entire beautiful approach I had set up. Yeah, flying the Fearless into here is probably the most challenging airplane. I think behind the Fearless would be the L1011. The L1011, that turn is so slick, man. I needed more power. We got super slow at 1.2. But so far we haven't lost anybody. I wanted to pull up the WebEye again. Look at that. They're still lined up like freaking rockets. Everybody's spaced each other out. That is so cool. Alitalia, where are you going, brother? Did Alitalia break off? He's going back out over Schwang, I think. Cathay 123, 784 Zippy. We should have another 343 coming in next, and then it'll be an L10. That was Elena Zane that brought that one in. Best fearless landing I've ever had in a long time. Nice, dude. Or nice, dudette. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Traffic.
Throttletek, Cathay 295, clear back.
Skytech traffic, Cathay 346 Heavy.
This ought to be interesting. This guy better start doing some S turns. Or roll it to the end, brother.
Traffic, Cathay 123 Heavy, established on the IGS 13, currently 13.
Roll it to the end.
Contact traffic.
Whoever's in that final turn right now, just roll it to the end. That way we'll have adequate landing distance. Oh, look at that three.
Double stacking. You guys better get off that runway before I get there.
74 Heavy crossing the Shanghai VOR at 6,500.
That's right. Landing distance is adequate. Oh, look at that side slip. Nice. Got her down. Does anybody have an actual wind report down there at the field? Oh, textbook. Right on the markers. Way to save that one. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
That was about like 1.
Oh, this guy's stalling out. The L1011 is stalling out. Look, the L10's coming in low.
I just pulled the new Hong Kong airport and put that in.
Oh, the L10 came in low, man. You roll that turn in, that DLC, it trips you out. There you go. Landing distance is adequate. Keep it rolling. You're looking good. Oh, put it down early. See? That's got to be an L1011 thing. I got to practice that approach in the L10. Same exact thing happened to me. As soon as I cranked it in, that DLC kind of threw me off, and we got real low. I'm actually nervous.
Legal, right?
Now, 100% legal, but I hope I didn't hit a light. Now I'm wondering if I hit a light. It was pretty close. That was fun. That was awesome, Elena. That's so cool seeing the Felix coming in there. This channel has done more
Get all the heavies lining up to the mid-terminal.
than any other to introduce me to the most obscure music genres. All right, we got a couple more. Yeah, name dropper. The L10 just dumped that lift on me. I need to practice that. I'll have to practice that again. All right, so we got 777 on final. Then we've got another 777 followed by the Alitalia MD-11. We'll be close in tight behind Cathay 123. It looks like, unless I can't really tell in real time if the spacing is. Dude, this song is awesome. This is our Kitech theme song right here. Mr. Rondaz was in the chat. Oh no. Look at this triple coming in. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, we got the sounds too. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Mr. Rondaz said, I saw that turn, saw the lights, wondered if you thought it was United 764. Yeah, if there was a bakery truck out there, we would have smoked it. I think we might have pulled a United and smoked the bakery truck, guys. That was basically the Stadium Visual 2.9 we just pulled there. That was good. Got it down right on. That was a pretty good approach. That looked right about the right altitude. All right, we got the last two on final. Mr. Rondazzo, I mean, should we go to South America, or maybe we should take the 7.4 in here?
Final IGS.
Maybe we should do this one first. I can't wait to bring the 7.4 Classic in here from PMDG. Migs, thanks for 6 Canadian. Says V5 simulations. 24/7 musical views of Kitech approach. No, but seriously, well done, everyone. Phenomenal spacing and landing so far. Hey, that was awesome. You guys really worked it out awesomely. That is the way to do it. That makes me so proud of V1 Nation, man. You guys locked it in. No trolling. Doing the best we can. Heck, that was better than what most controllers do real world, man. I'm game. I'll be working the panel. You're going to do the work. I might call out fatigue to need to do the panel. We'll let you fly it in. Yeah, we're going to have to check the gear. I'm actually nervous now, Pax, man. I think we might have clipped the line. Maybe a bread truck, but not a light. All right, we got the last two. Bringing it in. 777, 123, I believe. Is this? No, Zippy's down. I don't know who 123 is. And we got Alitalia MD-11. I wish it was raining.
Where's everybody parking?
Anywhere you want. The airport's ours. All right. Coming in hot. A little bit of a quartering right crosswind on this approach right now. Seeing people slip out. Oh, see that wind pushing it? That is so beautiful, though. My goodness, 777 is a beautiful bird. Oh, the camera got a little wonky there. That's the long boy, 300. Sink rate, sink rate. Pull up, pull up. Sink rate. Saved it. Watch that tail, buddy. They land. Oh, there they go. Okay, it's just desynced. I was going to say, you know, this is the center line. We're not driving on the road here. There you go. Got it locked in. All right. Where's our MD-11 at? Oh, where'd it go? Wait. Was our MD-11 lost?
Contact traffic, Cafe 123 Heavy, clear the active at Alpha 9.
Who's AZA 1774? Are they lost? I think we may have lost one in the soup, chat.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we're a little lost. I've never flown at the contact before, so I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's not good.
Should have followed career track, man.
MD-11 is doing.
Don't think that would help, sadly.
Airport's going to be at your 2 o'clock. 2 to 3 o'clock now, and about, yeah, I don't know how far you are, I can't really tell. Do you have it in your FMS?
From where you are, right turn 200.
You might just go to Hong Kong International.
Nah, man, you gotta do this. You gotta bring it in. You're pretty much lined up on final right now. Problem is, there's a big mountain between you and the runway.
I see the field, but I'm not on the IGS.
You don't need the IGS anymore. That's just to get you up towards the city lights there. But if you can see the field, put her down. Someone get the SAR bird out.
Watch out for the large hill, though.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah,
Nope,
there's
probably.
cumulus
No pressure or
granite. We gotta roll the trucks. Tower, rescue 1. Rescue 1, go ahead. You got Tower 1, I need you on alert, alert 5. Alert 5. We got an MD-11 lost. Rescue 1, roger. Roll the trucks. SAR bird is airborne. Someone get the SAR. Oh, there he is! There he is! There he is! You got this, man. Off your left wing now. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Final runway headings to be about 130. Oh, yeah. He's looking good. A little bit high. He's in a freaking MD-11, too, which is not the bird you want to be doing this in. Talk him down. Chop and drop. You got this.
Final approach speed.
You got this. I'll tell you, 1774, 3/4 mile, call the ball. You're right on path. You're looking good. Watch that power. Yeah, he's looking good. He's coming in from a different angle, so he's looking good. You're too low, Cougar. You're too low. Any boys in an aircraft carrier around here? All right, you got this. Just a normal landing from here, buddy. Minus the 45-degree turn at, 50 feet AGL. In an MD-11. Oh, brother. Yeah. Oh. That sounded amazing. Oh, my camera gets super sensitive when I go that far. Oh, he's got this. He's got this. In the bag. Shink rate. Shink rate. Oh. Hey, you know what? Considering where he started, that's pretty dang good, man. That is pretty dang good. I don't know what we're listening to. I like that. Like, what was it? Lotus Warrior?
Might have been one of the smoothest MD-11 landings I've ever witnessed.
Ah, the same here.
Yeah, nice work.
I think the winner goes to the MD-11. I want to see all these heavies. Then we'll watch our replay. I'm going to take a screenshot. Nobody disconnect yet. Look at that lineup in freaking Kitech, man. Dun, 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 dun.
Contact traffic, all flight 1774 heavy, clear runway 13.
All right, print screen. 10 for 10 would get lost again. I got the 727 over there. Print screen. We got to get all Italia in the mix. Leave no man behind. That's the next livery we're going to fly, by the way. I think we're going to do that one. He's looking a little low. Little tires might have been deflated. All right. Let's reset the drone cam. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was an honor flying with you. Outstanding job tonight. I'm going to sign off and watch the replays. You all did a great job.
See you.
See you.
Thanks, pilot. See ya.
Kitech full golden days. Indeed. Indeed. Make it sunset? All right, we'll make it sunset. We'll wind the time back just a little bit. Right about, how about blue hour sunset? Yeah, right about yonder so we can see a little bit more. Excellent, excellent. We'll disconnect from probably the most epic IVEO group flight that we've had so far. Mr. Anderson himself, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. That was an epic finish. I agree with you, man. Absolutely epic. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And Migs, another super chat, says 10 for 10 would get lost again. Heck yeah, my man. Of course, every time we come in here, too. Reconnect it? It's worth it. Uh-oh. I'll reconnect. I'll see you guys over there on the airport. I reconnected for the screenshot. Take a screenshot for me, Zippy. Post it. Take some good screenshots and post it in the Discord so that I can save them. I'll disconnect in case anyone else is coming in. I don't want to be there. Let's go ahead and watch this. Let's just take out the landing lights here. All right, flaps 33 is coming in. Glad I managed to recover from the Wasm. Good times. Hey, Prodigious, you never give up, brother. Never give up. Al Loper, thank you for the $20 super chat as well. Epic stream. Watching the approach was as much fun as the actual flight. Need more conga line flights. That one was epic. That's the longest conga line we've ever had. I think at one point, I think we were like 15 deep. And then we lost one or two en route. But then Prada just came back. So that was awesome, guys. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, Al, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you. There will be more. There will be more. Mr. Rondazzo says we're going to have to do a 7-4 fly-in landing challenge with you when we release ours. We'll need official judges. Oh. I need to be on the judging board. Mr. Rondazzo, that'll be epic. Yeah, we'll have to definitely do a 741 Kitech fly-in. That would be so cool. 7-4s only. Ay, ay, ay. I can't wait, man. I mean, look at this. Like, this is so neat. I love being able to recreate this. Let's do the window view here. So there's the DLC working. I totally forgot about the DLC situation. My control inputs were all over the place. Oh my gosh, look at that bank angle. Oh, did we hit a building? I love, that's my favorite part of the L1011 wing right there. Little nub. Where the slat doesn't come out, where the slat ends rather. I wound it back just a little bit for the replay, Tyson. Flight Sim guy, awesome, man. Thank you for flying with us, man. Appreciate you. I mean, I don't think we hit it too hard. I think our landing rate was okay. I don't think it was a 140 or whatever Elena had on her Fearless flight. I'm saving the lights here for a second. Yeah, game hook, exactly like F-14, man. Matter of fact, F-14 got it from the L-10. A little wobbly. Find it, find it. All right. Yeah, right on center line. Not bad there. Wasn't my best, but hey, for the first time landing the L1011 in I don't know how many weeks. All right, let's wind it back for the moment we all been waiting for. I'm going to go back to this view. Let's go to exterior view. Hold on. Let me mute you for a second. We're going to reset. So I'm trying to figure out how we're going to set this for a perfect flyby. Let me get the speed up. I'm going to put my... we'll put the camera right here. And I think we will be able to track it. Oh, I did it wrong. Hold on. I did it wrong. Here. Now I'm going to go back and move the camera. And we should... Where's our rooftop that I want? Right there. There's our rooftop that I want. Right about here. Perfect. We'll do this. Let me zoom in a little bit. Perfect. Lock it. Close it. Definitely need more conga line stream. Drone cam views of the airport, super entertaining. And once again, great job, everyone. Textbook stuff. Thank you, Migs. I agree, man. That was just so cool. Seeing everybody coordinate like that was so epic. All right. Did we pull a United? Not there. Oh, brother, we got close. We got close, though. We got real close. Chris PT6 dropping the 20 gifted subs as well. My man, thank you, Chris, for the 20 gifted sub membership. Our resident Gulfstream man in the chat. Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate you, dude. Look forward to hanging out with you at Expo this year, too, brother. If you get a membership from Chris PT6, shout him out, say thank you. My goodness, we got so close. No bread trucks were harmed in the making of this video. Let's do, hold on, let me go back. Let's go here. Let me go full screen cam. I forgot I had that cam. Let's see how we did here. Oh, look at the reflection of the lights on the belly. Ah, brother. Right here, we got low too. I mean, we were good. I want to see the flight deck perspective one more time. Hold on. Let me see the flight deck perspective. So right here, I shouldn't have corrected. I should have just kept it and kept a nice turn going, but I came in a little bit too tight, and then I really had to scramble right here. Oh my gosh, right about there was our lowest light. I mean, that's not a whole lot of space. That is not a whole lot of space right there. I'm gonna do the flyby from this view. Rescue 1 had an incident trying to get airborne for SAR. Oh no. Rescue 1 is down. That's going to be the flyby right there. That's cool. I don't know, I'm getting a tiny little stutter. I don't know what that's all about. I think it's because Chris PT6 and Pete Ski dropping all these memberships, man, lagging out my OBS. Thank you guys for the support. That was too epic. I always forget about that huge displaced threshold, too. Held it off. Hey, at least we didn't land on the edge lights like Alitalia did on YouTube. Dipped the wing. We got her down. We got her down. Rescue 1 is in the ditch. Oh my gosh. No bread rolls were damaged in the making of this landing. No, they were not. No, they were not. Can stand on the light and touch it. Exactly. All right, y'all. I'm wiped. What an epic flight, though. What an absolutely epic flight.
Flaps 22.
I'm sad to end it here, but we got all good things
Flaps
must come to an
33.
end. Tomorrow, I'm not sure if we're going to be live tomorrow. We will see what I can scrounge up for tomorrow. But this was awesome. Bali was underrated departure, too. We might have to find a good scenery in Tyler Smith and do some Bali ops. So, I'm going to let y'all enjoy one or two more replays on the way into Kai Tak. Perfect weather. This is the most challenging weather coming in here when you have these low clouds, but you just got to get below the cloud layer, flying over Indy Bees and stuff. Absolutely love it. Kai Tak juice. And I still absolutely love this right here. I feel like that's a new detail on the new model. Like, I feel like the model's been updated. You see the detailing in here and the flap track fairing? That looks really, really freaking good, actually. All right. To all the support, the like button smashes, the super chats, the bank angle checks, the gifted memberships. You guys are all awesome. Thank you so much. You make this channel go around. For everyone else just hanging out, watching the content with me, I appreciate you just as much. You guys are all awesome. V1 Nation, best nation. 6-hour stream in the books. Kai Tak, another one. Successful. Almost took out a light pole, though. And, of course, Rondazzo was ghost watching. That would have been really bad if we took out a light pole. All right, y'all. I'll catch you on the next one. Stay safe, stay healthy, enjoy the rest of your night. See you! Oh, AJ, thank you. Yes, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Thank you, AJ.